All right, good evening, everybody. I apologize for the later start tonight, but I needed to get some coffee and a walk in and just generally kind of talk myself off the ledge from the evening. But we have something pretty special that we're going to be starting in just a few moments. I do want to send a quick message to someone. Okay. I also have a bunch of stuff to just close down, sort of video and stream wise. So I'll maybe mention. So there's a specific reason why I'm streaming this game tonight, and it's because a longtime viewer of the channel, Mad King Brutus, apparently it's their birthday today. Of course, it is maybe worth acknowledging that they're in Australia, so the timings might be a little bit off. I used to have a world clock set up for Australian time, but it's been a while since I've kind of talked to family from there. But yeah, so this is one of the things, I try not to overpromise on things. Obviously, every request. So I overall kind of the channel's a little bit smaller than it used to be, and so there is that theoretical possibility that hey, there you are. um, Wait, does it? Or were you talking about the live notification? Sorry, I'm totally missing the reference. I'm also like I quite literally just got into the apartment, so I'm still a little loopy. But yeah, no, I'm Mad King Brutus is here. I guess the biggest thing that I can say is that um, most of the time I get either advice in terms of a game that I would really like or that somebody would really like to see me play. The really sad reality is most of the time it's not going to work out. And that is either because I can't get a key for the game, or when I do buy it, it's sort of past the point where somebody's interested in it, or it is maybe a game. So one really unfortunate thing is that um, uh, when you watch something that you like, right? If somebody writes a book that you like, if somebody's made a movie that you like, if somebody streams stuff, you immediately assume, and it's totally understandable why, that, this person is going to be, just like you. They're going to like all the same, favorite things that you do. And oh, you know what? I totally forgot to send something to someone. Okay, that's fine. I'll make it. I'll work it out. Um, but the reality very often is that there are actually meaningful differences, and that there's really, when you think about it, there's no real reason why someone who does something that you like, or someone who you might have that one common interest with, would necessarily sort of be in line with everything else. But it's perfectly natural to think that way. Um, Even then, for me, it usually actually doesn't turn out that way. I think I've gotten a lot of really good recommendations from people, but the sheer fact of the matter is that there's a very like I am incredibly conscious of my time, or my lack of time, and the decision to stream a game sometimes also means a decision not to stream another game. And so one reason why I find recommendations so helpful um, is that they do tend to, they give me a pointer, so that if a key comes my way, or, somebody's working on something that seems to be sort of in that spirit, it gives me just kind of a good idea of what people's tastes are, so that I'll maybe not necessarily do that one game that people really say that they want to see me play, but I will be able to do something that hopefully makes people happy. But with all of that in mind, one thing I really like doing is those opportunities where I'm able to just make someone happy. And As it is, Mad King Brutus said it was his birthday, so happy birthday, Brutus. I don't know if it still is because I know there is a time difference. But as it is, I finished Boyfriend Dungeon. I really enjoyed it, and I have a very clear idea of the next thing that I want to play. But sometimes, if an opportunity comes by to just make someone happy, you take it. So this is why we're going to do Mass Effect today. And I wanted to do that big, long introduction just by way of saying this is actually my first chance to play Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which, well, I've had plenty of opportunities to play it, but I haven't necessarily, I haven't taken that opportunity, let's say. Yeah, I mean, it's a chance for me to play with the new toy. Definitely looks good. I did sort of want to plant a flag on this, which is to say, as much as I would love to come back to the Mass Effect world, I really enjoyed playing. So I've now played the original trilogy all the way through. I quite like number 3. And while I understand the ending that I got to experience with... So here's the funny thing. Someone was able to highlight what was different from the released ending. And there was nothing that was added that was different from my impression on completing the game. So I think I could fairly say that, at least if people are reporting it correctly to me, I like Mass Effect 3 and probably would have liked Mass Effect 3 as it was originally released. But, we'll never know because I'm, of course, going to have the benefit of hindsight. But yeah, no, as much as I'd really like to go back into the trilogy, the fact of the matter is that will take a lot of time, and there's other stuff that I want to do. So I'll play Legendary Edition privately for myself. I won't rule out the possibility of playing Mass Effect again at some point in the future. But this is really just a one-off. I want to see what it's like. We'll play a cool game and see what it's like, and just enjoy the time that we have with this, this really well done series, and apparently very good remake. I haven't tried it, but we'll get a view. Now, if I recall correctly, Mad King Brutus, you got the version that has like a special helmet, right? I think Brian might actually have one of them. Brian on the Rocks. Okay. Oh, there we go. I really like this opening theme music. I'm seeing frames, so let me just turn off that. Cool. All right, let's jump in.
Welcome to Alliance Military Database. Classified information requested. Establishing secure connection. Secure connection confirmed.
Right, we can be John Shepard, Jane Shepard, or New ID. I think we'll be John Shepard because we played Jane Shepard last time. Due to your covert N7 status, ID records are incomplete. Please confirm identity from the records below or register manually.
Please log in to access your profile. Okay. Profile reconstruction complete.
No.
Please log in to access your profile.
We're custom.
Please log in to access your profile.
All right, we're still John Shepard though.
Warning, data corruption detected. Please reconstruct profile. Confirm pre-service history.
Okay, so we've got Spacer. Both of your parents were in the Alliance military. Your childhood was spent on ships and stations as they transferred from posting to posting, never staying in one location more than a few years. Following in your parents' footsteps, you enlisted at the age of 18. Colonist, you were born and raised on is either Mindor or Mindior. I love this change to the character creation. What's the specific change, Mad? It's been a while since I did the first one, so. And we got Night Valiant here. This game is for your favorite Spectre in the Citadel. That's not till number 2. A small border colony in the Attican Traverse. When you were 16, slavers raided Mindior, slaughtering your family and friends. You were saved by a passing Alliance patrol, and you enlisted with the military a few years later. At Earthborn, you were an orphan raised on the streets of the great megatropolises covering Earth. You escaped the life of petty crime and underworld gangs by enlisting with the Alliance military when you turned 18. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I was thinking, like, I would be... So the one thing I wanted to do was do things that were different from... the last playthrough that I did. And I was thinking, like, maybe I would play a very aristocratic character. But it seems like 2/3 of the options are, like, orphans. How you doing, Olaf? There's a game, I talk about this game every once in a while that I sort of play. I mean, like, I'm the only one who really plays it now, so, but do things that are different. FemShep, Renegade, Vanguard. Well, didn't I do... I guess I didn't do Vanguard, but I definitely did the Milady Shepherd. But I definitely didn't do Renegade. But yeah, I was just thinking, like, so I played this game, and sorry, Olaf, thank you so much for the host. I'm sure this will be one that appeals to you, or maybe it's just, well, this is actually, as much as I like Mad King Brutos, this is actually just a secret way of trying to bait out Miss Ariella. Or maybe Brian on the Rocks. But yeah, so this is a game. I think this is still a good game, but it's basically finding things that are simultaneously very prole and very elite. So, like, some of the first example, like the first time I ever played this, I think someone came up with, I still really like this example. It's like owning an old car and working on it yourself. You know, something very prole and also something very elite. Not paying taxes. Again, something that two diametrically opposed ends of the, of the wealth spectrum do, or don't do in this case. I remember I was in this, it's sort of like a heritage building, but it's also like anyways, it's called the Chateau Laurier. It's near Parliament. And one of the ones I thought of is, like, visiting establishments that have pictures of naked people on the walls. Again, simultaneously very prole and very elite. But then I was thinking about this one, and I was thinking using the military to advance your station in life is simultaneously very prole or very elite. You are either going to use it to get out of, because it's your only option to get out of where you are, or you're going to become president. So, anyways, nobody else seems to think this game is very fun. I actually think it's great, but so I was thinking, is like, what if I played a very elite or aristocratic style character? Someone who was always going to become an officer. And I suppose the Spacer is the... Actually, you know what? Let's still do it. We'll do Spacer.
Psychological profile.
No, you know what? That's not going to work, because then I'm going to be War Hero again.
Confirm pre-service.
Earthborn.
Confirm psychological profile.
All right. Profile reconstruction. So, Sole Survivor. During your service, a mission you were on went horribly wrong. Trapped in an extreme survival situation, you had to overcome physical torments and psychological stresses that would have broken most people. You survived while all those around you fell, and now you alone are left to tell the tale. Just like Job. Early in your military career, you found yourself facing an overwhelming enemy force. You risked your own life to save your fellow soldiers and defeat the enemy despite the impossible odds. Your bravery and heroism have earned you medals and recognition from the Alliance fleet. And ruthless, throughout your military career, you have held fast to one basic rule: get the job done. You've been called cold, calculating, and brutal. Your reputation for ruthless efficiency makes your fellow soldiers wary of you, but when failure is not an option, the military always goes to you first. We will be the sole survivor.
Confirm military specialization.
Okay, so we can be a soldier. Soldiers are the combat specialists. Our combat specialists ideal for the front lines of a firefight. Soldiers have improved health, can specialize in the use of all weapon types, and start with the ability to wear medium armor and can train in the use of heavy armor. Engineers. Engineers are tech specialists. Using the holographic Omnitool, they can decrypt security systems, repair or modify technical equipment, disrupt enemy weapons or shields, and heal their squad. Engineers can only wear light armor, and they specialize in pistols. Adept. Adepts are biotic specialists. Through upgradable implants, they can use biotic powers to lift or throw objects, shield the squad, or disable or destroy enemies. Adepts can only wear light armor, and they specialize in pistols. Infiltrator. This is what we did last time. Infiltrators combine combat and tech abilities to specialize in killing or disabling enemies at long range. Infiltrators are trained to use Omnitools, focusing on decryption and offensive abilities rather than healing. They can specialize in pistols or sniper rifles and wear medium armor. Sentinel. Sentinels combine biotic and tech abilities. Typically, they use biotic abilities and advanced healing skills to defend allies, though they can also disrupt opponents with biotic or tech attacks. They are more efficient at tech and biotics than other classes, but at the expense of combat. Sentinels can only wear light armor and receive no specialized weapon training. And finally, Vanguard. Vanguards are biotic warriors. They combine biotics and weapons to take down opponents and are especially deadly at short range. They specialize in pistols and shotguns and wear medium armor. Now, this is definitely different from the way that I play, but you know what? We got to get better at biotics, and Mad King Brutus did point out
Confirm
Vanguard. So,
facial identification.
do I want to change my appearance? Oh wow, that's really different. Is there a way to like randomize? I actually really like this one, but I think we're gonna go.
Facial
Oh.
identification.
I was gonna go just for the generic. That's really interesting. So you can't go back to the default Shepherd. Oh, that's fine.
Profile reconstruction complete.
Once you confirm your character is complete, you will be unable to change any settings.
Identification confirmed.
Legendary mode? Okay, yeah, no, we're basically gonna go with the default options.
Well, what about Shepard? Earthborn, but no record of his family.
Doesn't have one. He was raised on the streets. Learned to look out for himself.
He saw his whole unit die on a cruise. He could have some serious emotional scars.
Every soldier has scars. Shepard's a survivor.
Is that the kind of person we want protecting the galaxy?
That's the only kind of person who can protect the galaxy.
I'll make the call.
In the year 2148, explorers on Mars discovered the remains of an ancient spacefaring civilization. In the decades that followed, these mysterious artifacts revealed startling new technologies, enabling travel to the furthest stars. The base of this incredible technology was a force that controlled the very fabric of space and time. They called the greatest discovery in human history. The civilizations of the galaxy call it Mass Effect. I got it done in time. This is pretty exciting.
The Arcturus Prime relay is in range. Initiating transmission sequence.
Commander?
We are connected. Calculating transit mass and destination. The relay is hot. Acquiring approach vector. All stations secure for transit. screen. Approach run has begun. Hitting the relay in 3, 2, 1. Thrusters, check. Navigation, check. Internal emission sync engaged. All systems online. Drift, just under 1500K.
1500 is good. Your captain will be pleased.
I hate that guy.
Nihilus gave you a compliment, so you hate him.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead, so that's incredible. Besides, Spectres are trouble. I don't like having them on board. Call me paranoid.
You're paranoid. The Council helped fund this project. They have a right to send someone to keep an eye on their investment.
Yeah, that is the official story, but only an idiot believes the official story.
You always expect the worst.
Well, bad feelings are an occupational hazard. But we don't go anywhere unless there's a good reason, so what are we doing here?
Joker, status report.
Just cleared the mass relay, Captain. Stealth systems engaged. Everything looks solid.
Good. Find a comm buoy and link us into the network. I want mission reports relayed back to Alliance brass before we reach Eden Prime.
Aye, aye, Captain. Better brace yourself, sir. I think Nihilus is headed your way.
He's already here, Lieutenant. Tell Commander Shepard to meet me in the comm room for a debriefing.
You get that, Commander?
I'm on my way.
Is it me or does the Captain always sound a little pissed off?
Only when he's talking to you, Joker.
Just escape to open the journal and view your updated mission objectives. You're Lieutenant Commander Shepard, Executive Officer of the SSV Normandy. Apparently... Oh, here we go. You were born on Earth, but you never knew your parents. A child of the streets, you learned to live by your wits and guts, surviving in the hidden underbelly of the megatropolises of humanity's homeworld. Eager to find a better life, you joined the Alliance military when you came of age. You volunteered on an expedition to Akuz, a lush world on the outskirts of Alliance space that had suddenly dropped out of contact. Arriving on the surface, your patrol found the settlement intact, but no survivors. At nightfall, the Thresher Maws struck, mindless abominations of teeth and tentacles that rose up from beneath the earth. Constant gunfire couldn't drown out the shrieks of your fellow soldiers as they were dragged down to a gruesome death. 50 Marines died on Akuz. You were the only one to make it back to the landing zone alive. A monument on the planet commemorates the massacre, a grim reminder of the price humanity must pay as they spread through the stars. And I think there's quite... Nope, there's some... So again, I'm not sure if I'm going to do like the full codex reads like I did the previous time, but let's try and at least fill in the history that we can. 2069. Everybody usually says nice after that, and I have no idea why. Armstrong Outpost at Shackleton Crater becomes the first human settlement on Luna. It is formally founded on July 24th, the 100th anniversary of the first lunar landing. 2103, Lowell City in Eos Chasma becomes the first human settlement on Mars. 2137, Eldenfell Ashland Energy Corporation demonstrates helium-3 fuel extraction from the atmosphere of Saturn. 2142, construction of Gagarin Station, Jump Zero, begins beyond the orbit of Pluto. 2148, prospectors discover the Prothean ruins at Promethei Planum on Mars. 2149, translation of the Prothean data leads humans to the Charon Mass Relay, Systems Alliance founded to coordinate exploration and colonization of extrasolar worlds. 2151, a shipping accident at Singapore International Spaceport exposes downward communities to containers of dust form element 0. Alliance begins construction of Arcturus Station. 2152, roughly 30% of the children born in Singapore after element 0 exposure suffer from cancerous growths. Systems Alliance begins settlement of Earth's first extrasolar colony world, the planet Demeter. 2154, Commander Shepard is born. 2155, Systems Alliance occupies completed portions of Arcturus Station as its headquarters. 2156, some children of Singapore exhibit minor telekinetic abilities. 2157, Turians encounter human explorers. First Contact War, occupation and liberation of the human colony at Shanxi. 2158, humans learn a potential of biotics. An international effort to track element 0 exposures begins. Roughly 10% of exposed children show some level of biotic ability. 2160, Systems Alliance Parliament formed. 2165, humans establish embassy on Citadel. 2170, Batarian slavers attack the Alliance convoy of Mindior. 2176, Skillian Blitz. Pirates and slavers attacked Elysium, the human capital in the Skillian Verge. 2177, Thresher Maws devour an Alliance colony of Akuz. Well, we know that one. 2178, in retaliation for the Skillian Blitz, an Alliance fleet wipes out an army of slavers on the moon of Torfan. And 2183, the current date. Because it is indeed the current year.
Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council to fulfill the role of galactic peacekeepers. The Turians have the largest fleet in Citadel space, and they make up the single largest portion of the Council's military forces. As their territory and influence has spread, the Turians have come to rely on the Solarians for military intelligence and the Asari for diplomacy. Despite a somewhat colonial attitude towards the rest of the galaxy, the ruling hierarchy understands they would lose more than they would gain if the other two races were ever removed. Turians come from an autocratic society that values discipline and possesses a strong sense of personal and collective honor. There is lingering animosity between Turians and humans over the First Contact War of 2157, which is known as the Relay 314 incident to the Turians. Officially, however, the two species are allies, and they enjoy civil, if cool, diplomatic relations.
So I'm going to see what we can find in the Humanity and Systems Alliance, but I might limit my primary entries if it's going to be read to me.
The Systems Alliance is an independent supranational government representing the interests of humanity as a whole. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of all extrasolar colonies and stations. The Alliance grew out of the various national space programs as a matter of practicality. Sol's planets had been explored and exploited through piecemeal national efforts. The expense of colonizing entire new solar systems could not be met by any one country. With humans knowing that alien contact was inevitable, there was enough political will to jointly fund an international effort. Still, the Alliance was often disregarded by those on Earth until the First Contact War. While the national governments dithered and bickered over who should lead the effort to liberate Shanxi, the Alliance fleet struck decisively. Post-war public approval gave the Alliance the credibility to establish its own parliament and become the galactic face of humanity.
Of course, we will get to deal with that situation in Terra Invictor by Pavonis Interactive. All right.
I told you, I just saw him. He marked file like he was on a mission.
Inspector, they're always on a mission.
And we're getting dragged right along with him.
Relax, Presley. You're gonna give yourself an ulcer.
Congratulations, Commander. Looks like we had a smooth run. You heading down to see the captain?
I'm on my way to give him a status update right now.
With all due respect, sir, maybe he'll finally tell you what we're really doing out here.
You think the Alliance brass is holding out on us?
If all we're supposed to do is test out the stealth system, why is Captain Anderson in charge? And then there's Nihilus. Spectres are elite operatives, top covert agents. Why send a Spectre, a Turian Spectre, on a shakedown run? It doesn't add up.
What do you know about the stealth systems?
I just know it masks our location from scans and sensors. Cutting-edge technology. The Normandy's the only ship with this prototype drive. But why are we fully staffed? A skeleton crew would be cheaper, less chance of security leaks too. Plus there's Nihilus. It's pretty obvious this shakedown run is just a cover.
For what?
Damned if I know, Commander. We're out here on false pretenses. I'm not a fan of being left in the dark.
Do you have a problem with the captain?
No, sir. But I can't figure out what he's doing here. Captain Anderson is one of the most decorated Special Forces officers in the service. If he melted down all his medals, he could make a life-size statue of himself. You don't send a soldier like that on a do-nothing mission. He's treating this shakedown run too seriously. Something big is going on.
Hello, Avia. How are you doing? I'm feeling a little unwell, but I'm really looking forward to trying out Mass Effect Legendary Edition. How are you tonight?
You don't trust Nihilus.
I don't like Turians in general. It runs in my family. My grandfather fought in the First Contact War. Lost a lot of friends when the Turians hit us.
That was 30 years ago. You can't blame Nihilus for that.
No, I guess not. But it still makes me nervous to have a Spectre on board. Especially a Turian. We're an Alliance vessel, human military, but Nihilus doesn't answer to the captain like the rest of us. Spectres operate outside the normal chain of command. And they don't come along just to observe shakedown runs. Nihilus looks like he's expecting some heavy action. I don't like it.
I'll see if I can get some answers when I see him.
Good luck, Commander.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize there was still an active, kind of an active esports scene for PUBG Battlegrounds.
It's not the kind of place Spectres visit. There's something Nihilus isn't telling us about this mission.
That's crazy. The captain's in charge here. He wouldn't take orders from a Spectre.
Not his choice, Doc. Spectres don't answer to anyone. They can do whatever they want. Kill anyone who gets in their way.
Oh, you watch too many spy vids, Jenkins.
What do you think, Commander? We won't be staying on Eden Prime too long, will we? I'm itching for some real action.
I sincerely hope you're kidding, Corporal. Your real action usually ends with me patching up crew members in the infirmary.
Only a fool goes looking for a fight, Corporal.
Sorry, Commander, but this waiting's killing me. I've never been on a mission like this before, not one with a Spectre on board.
Do your job, follow my orders, and there won't be any problems.
Easy for you to say. You proved yourself on a cruise. Everybody knows what you can do. This is my big chance. I need to show the brass what I can do.
You're young, Corporal. You have a long career ahead of you. Don't do something stupid to mess it up.
Don't worry, sir. I'm not going to screw this up.
What can you tell me about Nihilus?
Turians are generally well respected by the other species. Their fleet has more patrols protecting Citadel space than any other. They don't always get on well with us, though. Some people find them too rigid. Others still blame them for the First Contact War. As for Nihilus, I haven't said more than 2 words to him. He usually only speaks to the captain.
I hope we get a chance to see him in action. I heard Nihilus took down an entire enemy platoon all by himself.
What do you know about the Spectres?
Only what I've heard. Spectre agents work directly for the Citadel Council. They usually work alone or in small groups. Spectres don't have any official power, though. Basically, they're a shadow organization with a mandate to preserve and protect galactic stability.
Protect it at any cost. Don't forget that part. Spectres operate above the law.
How do you control agents with unlimited power?
I suppose the Council could revoke the Spectre status of an agent who got out of hand. At that point, Citadel Security Services would take over.
Those C-Sec grunts wouldn't stand a chance. The Spectres were 20 ordinary soldiers. The Spectres police themselves. An agent goes rogue, they send another agent to take him down. That's Spectre justice.
The Corporal's confusing romantic legends with reality, Commander.
There isn't a renegade option on this guy, is there?
You're from Eden Prime, aren't you, Jenkins? What's it like?
It's very peaceful, Commander. They've been real careful with development, so you don't have any city noise or pollution. My parents lived on the outskirts of the colony. At night, I used to climb this big hill and stare across the fields back at the lights from the main settlement. It was gorgeous. But when I got older, I realized it was a little too calm and quiet for me. That's why I joined the Alliance. Even Paradise gets boring after a while.
I didn't mind Miranda. I didn't realize her character was controversial. Yeah, I didn't really have a particularly strong opinion on the character itself. I quite like the actress. I believe she is in The Handmaid's Tale, and is a pretty interesting character for that. But yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm sorry to give such a plain answer on it, but I didn't feel particularly strongly one way or another. Hey, Rouge Light Girl, how you doing?
Any idea why Eden Prime was chosen as our destination?
Not really sure, Commander. Eden Prime's one of our most stable colonies. Good place to take the Normandy for a shakedown run, I guess. No real danger there. There's gotta be something else going on. We've got a Spectre on board. That's why I'm so wound up. I can't wait for the real mission to start.
Fair enough, yeah. No, I mean, I I think she wound up being my romance option the first time I played. So the first Mass Effect game I ever played was Mass Effect 2. So obviously I found the character interesting enough, to sort of see the full set of dialogue options. But like it's clearly not my favorite character. I know a lot of people find it sort of eye-rollingly plain to say that Tali is a favorite character, but I do actually quite like Tali. And I don't know, like even then, like I have lots of different Mass Effect characters that I'm fond of for different reasons. So, but yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, for me, the things that I dislike about Miranda, I always associate as individual characteristics I don't necessarily like about that character. But I would sort of say too, like, I don't think, like, I like Darth Vader the character, even though clearly I would never want there to be real Darth Vaders in the world. And so any dislike that I sort of felt about Miranda, I always sort of felt was just an example of her being, a character with traits that I would react to in both positive and negative ways.
The captain's waiting for me.
Goodbye, Commander.
Commander Shepard, I was hoping you'd get here first. It will give us a chance to talk.
What about?
I'm interested in this world we're going to. Eden Prime. I've heard it's quite beautiful.
I've never been there.
But you know of it. It's become something of a symbol for your people, hasn't it? Proof that humanity can not only establish colonies across the galaxy, but also protect them. But how safe is it, really?
Do you know something?
Your people are still newcomers, Shepard. The galaxy can be a very dangerous place. Is the Alliance truly ready for this?
I think it's about time we told the Commander what's really going on.
This mission is far more than a simple shakedown run.
Is someone gonna fill me in, Captain?
We're making a covert pickup on Eden Prime. That's why we needed the stealth systems operational.
There must be a reason you didn't tell me about this, sir.
This comes down from the top, Commander. Information strictly on a need-to-know basis. A research team on Eden Prime unearthed some kind of beacon during an excavation. It was Prothean.
What else can you tell me?
This is big, Shepard. The last time humanity made a discovery like this, it jumped our technology forward 200 years. But Eden Prime doesn't have the facilities to handle something like this. We need to bring the beacon back to the Citadel for proper study.
Obviously, this goes beyond mere human interests, Commander. This discovery could affect every species in Council space.
Why didn't we keep the beacon for ourselves?
You humans don't have the best reputation. Some species see you as selfish, too unpredictable, too independent, even dangerous.
Sharing that beacon will improve relations with the Council. Plus, we need their scientific expertise. They know more about the Protheans than we do.
The beacon's not the only reason I'm here, Shepard.
Nihilus wants to see you in action, Commander. He's here to evaluate you.
What's going on, Captain?
The Alliance has been pushing for this for a long time. Humanity wants a larger role in shaping interstellar policy. We want more say with the Citadel Council. The Spectres represent the Council's power and authority. If they accept a human into their ranks, it shows how far the Alliance has come.
Not many could have survived what you went through on Akuz. You showed a remarkable will to live, a particularly useful talent. That's why I put your name forward as a candidate for the Spectres.
I assume this is good for the Alliance.
Earth needs this, Shepard. We're counting on you.
I need to see your skills for myself, Commander. Eden Prime will be the first of several missions together.
You'll be in charge of the ground team. Secure the beacon and get it onto the ship ASAP. Nihilus will accompany you to observe the mission.
What do you know about the Protheans?
Just what they taught us in school. They were a technologically advanced species that ruled the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Then they vanished. Nobody really knows how or why, though I've heard plenty of theories. But everyone agrees, galactic civilization wouldn't exist without them.
Their Citadel is the very heart of galactic society, and without their mass relays, interstellar travel would be impossible. We all owe the Protheans a great debt.
I'd like to know more about Eden Prime before we touch down.
It's a peaceful farming world, but it represents something much bigger. Eden Prime is one of our oldest and most successful colonies. It proved we were ready to face the challenges of settling new worlds, to forge a place for humanity beyond Earth. It symbolizes humanity's growth and evolution as a spacefaring species. And after this, it will be known as the world where humans made a discovery of galactic importance.
Why is this beacon so important?
All advanced galactic civilization is based on Prothean technology. Even yours.
If we hadn't discovered those Prothean ruins buried on Mars, we'd still be stuck on Earth. That was just a small data cache. Who knows what we can learn from this beacon? What if it's a weapons archive? We can't let it fall into the wrong hands.
I forgot that if you do all the investigation options, it makes Shepard kind of sound like they're really slow. It's like you've already described what's important about the Protheans and why Eden Prime is an important planet. It's like, what's so important about this cache?
Like who?
The Attican Traverse isn't the most stable sector of Citadel space. There are plenty of raiders and criminal groups active in the region. They might figure a Prothean beacon is worth the risk of attacking an Alliance ship. Plus, Eden Prime is right on the border of the Terminus systems.
The Attican Traverse is under Citadel protection. If the Terminus systems attack, it's an act of war.
Technically, yes. But some of the species in the Terminus might be willing to start a war over this.
The last thing the Council wants is to get dragged into a major conflict with the Terminus systems. We have to keep this low-key.
Just give the word, Captain.
We should be getting close to Eden.
Captain, we got a problem.
What's wrong, Joker?
Transmission from Eden Prime, sir. You better see this.
Bring it up on screen.
Get down!
We are under attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need...
Everything cuts out after that. No comm traffic at all. Just goes dead. There's nothing.
Reverse and hold at 38.5. Status report.
17 minutes out, Captain. No other Alliance ships in the area.
Take us in, Joker. Fast and quiet. This mission just got a lot more complicated.
A small strike team can move quickly, without drawing attention. It's our best chance to secure the beacon.
Grab your gear and meet us in the cargo hold. Tell Alenko and Jenkins to suit up, Commander. You're going in.
Engaging stealth systems. Somebody was doing some serious digging here, Captain.
Your team's the muscle in this operation, Commander. Go in heavy and head straight for the dig site.
What about survivors, Captain?
Helping survivors is a secondary objective. The beacon's your top priority.
Approaching drop point 1.
Nihilus, you coming with us?
I move faster on my own.
Nihilus will scout out ahead. He'll feed you status reports throughout the mission. Otherwise, I want radio silence.
Ready and able, sir.
The mission's yours now, Shepard. Good luck!
We are approaching drop point 2.
So I remember when I first played it, it felt a little claustrophobic. Left mouse button to fire, sustained fire causes weapons to overheat.
Hostiles everywhere. Keep your guard up.
Yeah, I remember it felt a little claustrophobic, just based on where it's. Oh, right button, mouse button to draw your weapon, H to put it away. But I don't really remember. I can't remember why I had that feeling. Jenkins the one who was talking about...
Oh God, what happened here?
Change weapons, hold left shift, left click on a weapons icon. So we've got warp and throw. I think there was a, it's like a hot, oh yeah, it's hotkeys, so. No reload? Metagel is needed to heal injured squad members. Omnigel can be used to bypass decryption and electronics challenges. Both can be acquired by defeating enemies and opening containers. Okay, no Metagel for him.
Never had a chance.
Sometimes Marines die. The rest of us just have to carry on. We still have to find that beacon.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'm trying to find the run. Okay, space. Trying to remember what the...
I've got some burned out buildings here, Shepard. A lot of bodies.
Let's shift to orders.
I'll try to catch up with you at the dig site.
Cool.
That's it. Bag him and tag him.
As you can see, I don't believe in cover.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams of the 212. You the one in charge here, sir?
Give me a status report, Williams.
Oh, man. We were patrolling the perimeter when the attack hit. We tried to get off a distress call, but they cut off our communications. I've been fighting for my life ever since.
Where's the rest of your squad?
We tried to double back to the beacon, but we walked into an ambush. I don't think any of the others... I think I'm the only one left.
Any idea what kind of enemy we're facing?
I think they're Geth.
The Geth haven't been seen outside the Veil in nearly 200 years. Why are they here now?
They must have come for the beacon. The dig site is close, just over that rise. It might still be there.
You're coming with us, Williams. We need that beacon.
Aye, aye, sir. It's time for payback.
Describe what happened leading up to the attack.
We were sent out a couple of nights ago from the main colony to secure the area. Seemed like a routine patrol, until the Geth hit us. We never knew they were coming.
What happened to the researchers at the dig site?
I don't know. They set up camp near the beacon. The 232 was with them. Maybe their unit fared better than mine.
Tell me everything you know about the beacon.
They were doing some digging out here to extend the monorail and expand the colony. A few weeks ago, they unearthed some Prothean ruins, and the beacon. Suddenly, every scientific expert in the colony was interested. That's when they brought us in to secure the site. I don't know much about the beacon itself, but I heard one of the researchers say this could be the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
What else do you know about the Geth?
Just what I remember from history class back in school. They're synthetics, non-organic life forms with limited AI programming, created by the Quarians a few centuries ago. They were supposed to be a source of cheap labor, but ended up turning on the Quarians and drove them into exile. Well, after that, they just kind of disappeared behind the Perseus Veil. Nobody's really heard much from them since.
One thing I'll say for this remaster, so the thing is it's been quite a while since I played the first Mass Effect, but particularly in the scene where Ashley's running away from the Geth, like so I guess one of the things is that one of the things you might wish for in something like a Mass Effect Legendary Edition would be like everything looks like it's Battlefield 5 or something, or like it's full, no spare no expense, complete redo of all of the or make it look like Anthem or something like that. I mean, this still looks absolutely great. But one of the things that really struck me, and I don't know if this was true for the original game or if I'm just kind of highlighting things that were actually present in the game and I just don't remember. But Ashley's expressiveness during the scene, like one thing that Mass Effect's really good at is setting up sort of a fate worse than death. So there's that spot. I always remember like when I saw that first Spike scene, I felt really repulsed by it. And likewise in the second one where you see someone in one of the collector pods sort of be disintegrated, that's another really, and that would actually be the first case where I'd sort of seen a horrible death in Mass Effect. But obviously to be able to see the reactions and to take advantage of the the new technology, while it's still something that again it's a good looking game, and I like how some of those moments are enhanced. I'm also a little curious. I get the impression that they played a little bit more with the lenses that were used in it, because it definitely feels like a lot of Ashley's shots had sort of this wide angle. Like the perspective on her is very different from the dialogue scenes. If you look at something like this, kind of it's much more traditional like you'd see in television with a longer lens. Whereas those shots of Ashley in the combat definitely seem to be more sort of wide lensed, which is appropriate for the moment. But again, I'm wondering if this is one of these cases where they took the opportunity, because they were already sort of remastering the game, to just have a little bit, they're basically doing a little bit more expression in terms of still hitting the right beats and still kind of hitting the same moments from the original game, but just adding that little subtle touch that, credibly could have been there in the moment had they had the opportunity. And again, I'm sure at some point I could do like a shot for shot comparison in terms of some of the adjustments that they've done. But they changed a lot of them, so there are less shots. Yeah. I heard about that. I mean, I always find it really annoying whenever I hear, I just really, whenever I'm reading gaming news, I don't want to hear that people are annoyed that, they got rid of cleavage, or that they've, there are fewer ass shots or something like that. Or what was it? The new Space Jam movie where they're mad that the ladybugs is less curvy or whatever. It's just not interesting. It's sort of, to me, that's the equivalent of reporting, Area Man was mad at Starbucks barista and yelled at them for 5 minutes for being late with their coffee. Great, Area Man is a jerk, and I kind of already knew people like that existed in the world. I'm not really sure why it needs to be reported on. But because I mean, like, nobody talks about the purity of the experience when it's not dealing with, you know, the figures of cartoon characters, basically. It's sorry, when it's not dealing with it, right? It's only when it's specifically dealing with particular depictions do people suddenly get really concerned about the integrity of the experience. So, you know, like, I just ask for a little consistency on that. But yeah, it's like I'm actually not as worried about that in terms of Mass Effect. Like, they're gonna tell the story that they want, and clearly none of that is essential to the storytelling. What I'm thinking of a little bit more is just the facial expressions from Ashley. I just don't really think are things that you reasonably could have expected to be in the original Mass Effect game. But I do think that they heighten the moment, because again, like, it's a reaction to a really horrible thing. I definitely do not want to be the colonist that is impaled by the Geth. And likewise, again, with the choice of particular camera angles. I mean, again, I'm assuming that if you have a 3D engine, there's going to be a lens option. But again, it feels like for that moment, there's a lot of wide-angle lenses which are chosen in a particular way, and you can contrast them to the way that Ashley is depicted in these scenes, where the framing is a little bit more like on my Shepard character. And you know, again, that's just a particular stylistic choice that's being made. It's the sort of thing that you would choose as a director or cinematographer for if you're shooting a particular dialogue scene. Like, there's always the main cover. Like, so if you want to shoot a scene, usually the safest coverage you can get is like these. Then there would be one at a slightly wider angle at sort of like the 40. So if you imagine like a line between the eyes between Ashley and myself, you know, this is about as close as you get to that line, and it's a really close shot. And then you can imagine like a line perpendicular to it, and that would be like sort of the wide shot, widest lens. You'd have the two of them, and then you can sort of imagine the halfway point, sort of at the 45-degree angle. You could have sort of a medium length lens, and you know, sometimes the other person's in, sometimes it's framed a little bit differently. But like, that's a very I mean, now television's gotten really good, so you see this less often, but like, that is the like no-brainer coverage for dialogue scenes. If you shoot it that way, you know, you need to have a brain-dead editor to screw that up. But the catch is that generally people don't get into directing, or people don't, you know, like, people want to express themselves, and generally as audiences we've kind of come to expect a little bit more. You know, so it depends on the kinds of shows that you're seeing, but definitely like more formulaic shows, you will still see that kind of coverage quite regularly. But again, like, sometimes if you do a close-up, normally you'll see that with a long lens, but in the scene where Ashley's escaping, they don't do that. It does actually seem like it's a little bit more of a wider lens, and it has this sort of distorting effect, which is quite consistent with the idea of someone who feels like they're alone, and have just seen one of the colonists impaled by the Geth, and they need to find out how they're going to survive the next few minutes. Anyways,
move out.
Press escape to go to the squad screen to spend talent points on new squad members. We'll do that. Okay. Change your team's equipment. Press the escape button to access the equipment screen. The equipment screen allows you to equip and upgrade gear for your squad. Click the filter tab to switch item types, select an item, and click the equip button to assign it. Click on equipped items upgrade slot to select an upgrade. Click the Omnigel button to break down the selected item into Omnigel. Okay. I thought I was going to be leveling up the character, but... this looks better in every way. This is identical, and Ashley's got better armor except for the tech biotic protection. you don't remember from the original trilogy, but a lot of people criticized Andromeda for the faces and how the characters spoke. You found that very exaggerated. I heard that the original definitely had... So I guess the challenge I'm running into is I don't know how much of that were like technical issues that were later corrected or quite what the deal is. I definitely know that probably informed quite a bit of the look for Anthem. Like, it really does feel like Anthem put a lot of effort into making sure that the animation was really top notch, and I think it is largely in reaction to sort of that criticism. But I'll be honest with you, like, I've never played Andromeda, and because I know of the tendency to, like, again, once the internet gets its teeth into something, it's never going to let go. It doesn't even matter if it's true or not. People are going to want to participate in it. So I have Andromeda. Andromeda is actually one of the very last things I bought before I got my EA Play subscription, and I'd like to. I'd like to try it at some point. It's actually one of the reasons why I wouldn't necessarily do an on-stream Mass Effect trilogy run again, precisely because I would like to do Andromeda before I play something I'm already familiar with. As much as I'm enjoying this, like, I know I'm spending a lot of time talking, but I am very impressed by this Legendary Edition. I hope this is a little bit in line with what you were wanting, Brutos, because I know I haven't been playing the game as much as you'd probably like. The squad screen lets you view your team's talents. Mouse over a talent or its rank to view it. Click on a talent to spend a talent point to gain a rank in it. As you gain levels, you will acquire talent points and unlock higher ranks. Okay, so there's enemies away. Okay, so we increase the force. I like that they do it in newtons. Weapon damage and melee damage. If I could get something that reduces the cooldown, that'd be kind of nice. Oh. Apparently I'm already more renegade. Fair enough. Caden's got 2, so let's double down on... to the edge of cover and press the left mouse button to fire, hold the right mouse button to lean out and aim. Yeah, but there's nothing for me to shoot yet, right? Approaching a low object will make you crouch to take cover behind it. So is there just not a... I guess there's no reload anymore. Press G to throw a grenade. Oh! Yeah, let's not...
This is the dig site. The beacon was right here. It must have been moved.
By who? Our side or the Geth?
Hard to say. Maybe we'll know more after we check out the research camp.
You think anyone got out of here alive?
If they were lucky. Maybe hiding up in the camp. It's just on the top of this ridge, up the ramps.
Change of plans, Shepard. There's a small spaceport up ahead. I want to check it out. I'll wait for you there.
Okay. Higher damage per second. Burns. Yeah, you know what? Big damage. Why not? Hammer time. So I feel like Ashley's the one who should probably have the better... Nope, that's good. Okay. Gel it. Holy crap, that's a lot. All right. Ships and vehicles. Sensors. Light lag prevents sensing in real time at great distances. A ship firing its thrusters in the Charon relay can be easily detected from Earth 5.75 light hours, 6 billion kilometers away, but Earth will only see the event 5 hours and 45 minutes after it occurs. Due to the light speed limit, defenders can't see enemies coming until they have already arrived. Because there is FTL travel and communications but no FTL sensors, frigates are crucial for scouting and picket duties. Passive sensors are used for long-range detection, while active sensors obtain short-range, high-quality targeting data. Passive sensors include visual, thermographic, and radio detonators that watch and listen for detectors that watch and listen for objects in space. A powered ship emits a great deal of energy, the heat of the life support systems, the radiation given off by power plants and electrical equipment, the exhaust of the thrusters. Starships stand out plainly against the near absolute zero background of space. Passive sensors can be used during FTL travel, but incoming data is significantly distorted by the effects of the mass effect envelope and the Doppler shift. Active sensors and radars and high-resolution LADARs, laser detection and ranging, that emit a ping of energy and listen for return signals. LADARs have a narrower field of view than radar, but LADAR resolution allows images of detected objects to be assembled. Active sensors are useless when a ship is moving at FTL speeds. I should probably always have my weapon out at this point. Upgrades. The development of practical manufacturing omnitools allow modern militaries a great deal of flexibility in equipment loadouts. A vast number of field modification kits or upgrades are available for common equipment such as weapons, armor, omnitools, biotic amps, and even grenades. An upgrade kit typically consists of less than a dozen unique parts and an optical storage disk. When loaded into an omnitool, the OSD provides all technical specifications required to manufacture the tools and additional parts necessary to install the upgrade onto another piece of equipment. Assembly is typically modular, and installation can be completed in less than a minute. Since omnitools are designed to use common battlefield salvage materials such as plastics, ceramics, and light metals rendered into semi-molten omnigel for quick use, it is quite possible for a trained soldier carrying upgrade kits to customize gear on the battlefield to fit the current tactical situation. Definitely armor piercing and... Music tells me I should be worried. See, I'm feeling a little weird about the, we were talking about the refugees. And I thought, yeah, like, shouldn't I be able to get up here at some point? Nope, I'm imagining things. Just gives me a chance to admire the pretty scenery. Actually, this is never gonna happen, but one thing I'd really like to see in games from a streaming point of view is the option to turn off like a character's dialogue. So like if you want to play Shepard and you're someone like me who doesn't have a camera and you'd like to sort of put yourself into that role, being able to express the words and the sentiment is kind of a neat option. The reason I say this, and I think Avia can appreciate this, is that Disco Elysium is as far as I can tell, is an absolutely phenomenal game. And the final cut really seems to have, built on the tremendous strengths of that already great game. And yet my one complaint is that with the addition of full voice acting, I'm no longer able to read any of the narration, and I'm no longer... I suppose I'm able to give my characters in dialogue. I don't think your character is voiced. But the narration, and so much of it is, of course, the contents of your head. To me, it's a great shame that I'm no longer able... I mean, there might be an option to turn it off, but in one sense, it's really great that I wouldn't have to supply the voices of all the different characters. And yet, in another sense, this is the beginning of the level, isn't it? I really must have gotten turned around. But yeah, the the option to be able to choose the voice that you're providing would be a nice one. But the thing about like recommendations like that or statements like that, there's actually I've been in a couple of like meetups, and it really feels like these would be dev focused sort of events, and I'm sort of just there, somebody invited me to come along, or I kind of want to show some support or something like that. But I sometimes will see a streamer come to these events and like they always wind up giving the same talk, which is like how to make your game streamer friendly, and it's basically like a list of things that they personally would benefit from having inside their game, which in one sense totally fine, because to a certain extent developers may want to know that information. But the other thing is like to make that a focus, or to have that talk given so many times, at least it feels like relative, like I say that talk gets given a lot more than the actual importance of that topic really merits. I don't remember getting so lost in this opening bit, by the way, but this is probably just me being an idiot. Okay, I thought there might have been a path up there. But yeah, the thing is that streamers are not going to be a very, like, the group of people who are streaming your game are not the people who are going to be deciding the financial success of the game. Streamers account for a very, very small number of purchases, so far as I can tell. And I mean, that's assuming that they buy it in the first place, because obviously people like that are potentially just going to turn around and say, I can give your game sort of fame and glory, give me key, please. Which again is totally fine to do, right? You are sharing a game with your audience. The fact of the matter is that there's always going to be more games to play than you have time for. Like, there's nothing wrong with asking for keys, even if you are a small broadcaster. You want to make sure that you're doing right by the developer and that you're covering the thing well, and you're really bringing that added value. But the dilemma for me, at least, is the set of people where it's sort of like you stream the game and like it's found its audience, right? Like the sort of thing that people imagine when they think of streaming, that doesn't really happen as much anymore. In fact, it's just as often that really big broadcasters aren't necessarily moving units of a game. Again, I'm speaking in very general terms. And what's really happening is people are watching either as a substitute for the game, or it's kind of going on a wish list and maybe they will pick it up at some point in the future. By the way, I am genuinely lost, but I'm pretty sure there's a map. Yeah. So maybe it was the train station? Oh no, okay, I think what happened was I got turned around at the dig site. Anyways, no big deal. We'll get back. But yeah, no, just the biggest thing is that, there clearly, if you want to increase the outreach of your game, making a game so the thing for me is that the biggest benefit of those kinds of talks are actually talking about small things that you can do to make a game more accessible. So a fantastic example of this would be, I have quite a few people who, when they come into the stream, will say, could you please turn subtitles on? In particular, English is not my first language. I find it helpful to see the printed words on the screen. It's not something that I normally will turn on when I play a game, but I am so happy to do that because I don't think of that, and realizing that that is actually something that will let more people enjoy the game, that's great. And so, in addition to the fact that it's good for streaming, it makes a lot of sense to include subtitles in your game for other reasons. But what I'm talking about, and I will get to what Avi is saying, to do something like saying is like, okay, turn off your, give us the option to turn off the pre-recorded dialogue. That's obviously a very different, kind of instruction. I mean, that one, turning something off, is maybe not so difficult. That might just be a question of adding another slider. But again, like sort of upending the design of a game, or upending sort of the...
Looks like they hit the camp hard. It's a good place for an ambush. Keep your guard up. Oh god, they're still alive.
What did the Geth do to them?
I don't know what hit me, but... they blow up. But yeah, like, I mean, basically getting a developer to put a lot of extra effort, because of course every decision that a developer makes, deciding to do one thing means that they are going to take resources away from another thing that they would have been doing otherwise. And, just by virtue of the fact that some streamers do have a little bit of a bully pulpit, I sometimes think there's, it's important to remember that
It's closed. Security lock's engaged.
there is a like in my opinion at least, unless you're doing something specifically for streaming, like a streamer mode, the better suggestions are ones that don't necessarily involve people putting a lot of extra effort to just make a bunch of people who already have a weird sense of entitlement by virtue of the fact that they sort of have a bully pulpit to do it. But again, like, if you got to give a talk, you got to give a talk, right? So, and if you're a broadcaster and you want to talk about making your game friendly for streamer, I guess you can give people a laundry list of things that you want to see. But yeah, to what Avia says, should be cool, but the game is long with tone of text, so it could be tiring to stream or no. For me, I've never actually had that problem. I talk a lot, so I would very happily read a lot of text. But you're absolutely right. Some people may not necessarily like it. And that kind of gets to the point that I'm making here, which is that's something that me personally, I would really like to see, because it plays to my strengths. People say, I like listening to the sound of your voice. I kind of like throwing myself into a character. So, obviously there's a limit to that. Like, I look nothing like the shepherd that I'm playing. So, it's not to suggest that I think that this character should sound like me, but to be able to make the decisions, and I will bring the intonation that's consistent with my, how I have interpreted those dialogue options. To me, is I like that. It's something like what I do with the Caius character in the Oblivion playthroughs. I am given printed dialogue, and other characters react to me, but at no point is the main character of Oblivion voiced. And so as a consequence of that, I'm able to put a little bit more of myself into that character, and it makes it a little bit more interesting to broadcast for me. But, you make it's an excellent point, right? Is that I am certainly not representative of streamers, and certainly not representative of the kinds of streamers that game developers necessarily want to capture. So the fact that I would benefit from such an option doesn't necessarily mean that that's something that should be brought into a lot of games. Although, it doesn't strike me as something that's very hard to do, and personally I think would lead to, like, okay, sorry to distract from Mass Effect, but this is something I've been thinking about for a while, because every once in a while, it's like every once in a while a game developer will come out and talk about the idea, like the relationship of streaming to game design. I think it was Alex Hutchinson, whose company got acquired by Google as part of Stadia. So this is the, I believe he's the one, or maybe I'm getting this wrong. Let me just take a quick second and see if it's... Yeah, Typhoon Studios. So Alex Hutchinson put out something. Now, this is 2020. I've actually written an article that had, maybe not as strongly stated, but a very similar idea. So like this article is years old. So but again, like, nobody read it. So, clearly I wasn't going to be the target of it. But the real truth is that streamers should be paying developers and publishers of the games that they stream. They should be buying a license like any real business and paying for the content that they use. And there was public backlash to this, and Google stated that Hutchinson does not represent the company's vision. Now, when you make a statement like should, this is going to get people upset. And I think there is a meaningful distinction to be made between someone small like me and a broadcaster who's making 6-7 figures. The fact of the matter is that streams are no longer, and I mean, to a certain extent have never been just these little people in their, in their closets, just, trying to share something they really love with people. Clearly, for the same reason that I think it's a little silly that some of the music restrictions work the way that they do, intellectual property rights are a bit of a mess. There's really no incentive for the people who can bring about the changes we would like to see to behave in the right way. And yet, in principle, I still really think that it would be nice if there was some kind of a mechanism to make sure that game developers were compensated for the streaming of their games. Twitch is making advertising revenue off of this. I obviously have my sub revenues, and then, the occasional donation and so on and so forth. And, the fact of the matter is that I can't really think of any other examples of creative works that don't involve some kind of permission, at least, to create a derivative work. If you remix a song, if you sample it, if you put on a play, if you play a particular piece of music, as in like even a composed piece of music, or if you, like something that's pre-recorded, if you adapt somebody's book, every single one of these things we have sort of rights. In some situations, the author will say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you're making an independent film of my thing. Go with God. I hope it turns out for you. And some people will be like, nope, I actually put a lot of work into this and I expect to be paid. And you know what? Look, I'm going to be the first to say, it sucks when people say, I don't want you to use this thing unless you're going to pay me. But the thing is that this is their work. This is something they've put a lot of effort into. And I have, maybe a right to play it, as a customer, as somebody who can like go out and buy something. Sure. I can pay my fee as much as anyone else and, and enjoy the game, but I'm not really entitled to broadcast it to the world. And most of the arguments that people make is like, oh, well, it actually helps the sales of the game. Well, that's fine. But like, how many other times in life do we let people run up and say, it's good for you, and then force them to do something? We don't. Like, it should be the developer's choice to do that. And again, personally, I think if we've already, like on YouTube, if I have certain songs that get broadcast, some of my advertising revenue gets directed to that rights holder. I don't even get a say in that. It's actually is so strict that I streamed Far Cry 3, and the Far Cry 3 video was not viewable in most parts of the world because for 2 minutes there was a Dee Antwood song which you couldn't mute as in one of the cutscenes, and so I had to like do this very elaborate option of like trying to remove the music while while trying to keep the video sort of make sense. And again, I'm not really set up for editing, so it's not that was not an easy thing to do. So it just seems to me that, there's a lot of money being made on the playing of certain games online, and I just think it's really weird that people react so violently to the idea that developers should be paid in the same way that musicians and authors and all of these other professions get paid when derivative works are made. And again, just to be clear, like, I don't agree with Hutchinson's statement of like, should, in the sense of like, we should put a big like gate down and, do the kind of DMCA claims that are happening with music. Like, that's clearly something that's creating a lot of disruption, and it's preventing people from putting on a good show. But, I would ask that broadcasters bring something extra, that they add something of themselves to make it, a proper derivative work. And I do actually think that it would be nice if there was a way that the people who make games could actually be compensated for their use, particularly for streams past a certain size. Like, I really think that should be part of the the compensation for a game. But yeah, I don't even remember why I got on this topic. Sorry. I'll just shut up and play the game. Some locked objects require decryption or electronics to access. If any squad member has the required talent, you'll be able to unlock the object using the decryption or electronics interface by spending Omnigel. Advance to the central core, move the mouse or move to move around the ring, left click and right click to move inward and outward, avoid the security programs. Oh wow. Wasn't this done with like keys first? Oops. Oh god. Oh yeah, sorry. I was gonna mess around with the Hurricano. Why? Oh, right. I only can use medium armor. All right. I don't know what counts as junk, so I've been reluctant to do convert all.
Humans, thank the Maker.
Hurry, close the door before they come back.
Don't worry, we'll protect you.
Thank you. I think we'll be okay now. It looks like everyone's gone.
You're Dr. Warren, the one in charge of the excavation. Do you know what happened to the beacon?
It was moved to the spaceport this morning. Manuel and I stayed behind to help pack up the camp. When the attack came, the Marines held them off long enough for us to hide. They gave their lives to save us.
No one is saved. The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the intro... So the tricky part with the intro is that there's, like, paid intros. And obviously you can't complain that you bought one intro and somebody else used it. Like, if you want exclusivity, you should probably pay up for it. Again, within reason. Like, I don't know if I ever actually specifically worked out with Eyes of Sin that my emotes are sort of exclusive emotes, but... clearly I have paid for, like the assumption is that these are my emotes, and I would not be happy to find out that somebody was using my emotes, seeing as I did pay for them, for specifically the use of my channel. And I mean, there's plenty of ways that people can use those emotes, right? Like they can spend $5, they can watch the channel for a certain period of time, and they can pay bits for it. There's, there's now non-financial ways that you can access that. But yeah, like you're absolutely right. Like when you use the media of other creators, again, I think there's a lot to be said about, like, this comes back to Shakespeare, right? Shakespeare is, using ideas from his contemporaries. He is, drawing from Ovid. He's drawing from the Bible. He's drawing from history. Certainly, we have seen, or you can even look at something like Alan Moore's League of Extraordinary Gentlemen or Lost Girls. These are stories that are participating in sort of a conversation and a kind of a literary almost game for a very long period of time. And I mean, I don't know. I've liked what I've read of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I think it's a really neat idea for a book. And there are some other examples. So Charles Stross has written a short story called Big Brother Iron, which is basically about the IT representatives in the state from 1984. That has some really interesting ideas in that short story. And obviously that is drawing on a world that Orwell created. And in that case, Strauss is sort of picking up some of the themes as well as adding, kind of a contemporary spin on it. That is all stuff that we benefit from having. And so there is a benefit to having sort of a mechanism or sort of a loosening of certain rights, or at least, to have it so that these rights are not so restrictive that we're not able to, or that, we're able to do things. So I love the fact that, Mad King Brutus can say, I really like Mass Effect, it's my birthday, could you broadcast that? And I don't need to worry about BioWare coming in and crushing me like a bug saying that, you're diluting the value of our IP by creating a derivative work of Mass Effect. No, instead we're all going to say, hey, remember how awesome Mass Effect was, and holy crap, the Legendary Edition sure does look really good now, right? And again, I mean, obviously I'm not necessarily adding a lot of value to Mass Effect by talking about this particular topic, but being able to sort of say, hey, what if you were to do, we've talked quite a bit about some of the themes inside of Mass Effect, and we've talked a little bit about the, some of the techniques that are used to tell the story, and, our reactions to different characters. All of these things I think are good, and they, both enhance the experience of the game as well as, kind of create something that is more than just a recording of this particular game experience. So yeah, you're absolutely right to that broadcaster. I mean, I suppose anybody can get annoyed at anything, right? Annoyance is certainly something that is not in short supply, and I mean, the fact of the matter is emotions are emotions. You can't always control them, but it is definitely very difficult when, if I sat down and made a channel of reacting to people's YouTube videos, it'd be kind of hard for me to turn around and say, oh, shame on them for somebody sampling my YouTube video and, and monetizing that. But, I will admit I have had an article plagiarized by somebody who has a much larger audience than me. And then I've also had, like on YouTube, they actually have a pretty good detection algorithm to show when somebody has copied a video of yours. And there is, in fact, someone who's taken a video that I've done and put it up as their own. And, that doesn't feel great, especially if it winds up getting a larger audience than what you would have gotten on your own. Because in one sense, it's nice to, have your ideas appreciated by a wider audience. But it would sure be nice if you could get credit for the work that you've done. So, like in my own particular case, I definitely do a lot of, a lot of articles are inspired by conversations that I have or articles that I read. And I like to think that I've done a good job of kind of giving credit where it's due. And maybe if it's a criticism of what somebody said, my decision to, not to fully attribute the idea is just to, not make it seem like I'm piling on, or I'm just taking that point of view as representative of a broader feeling. Because, like, obviously you don't want to do an article where it's like, so-and-so specifically is a jackass and I'm going to write about why they're a jackass. That's probably not the right thing. Anyways.
What's wrong with your assistant?
Manuel has a brilliant mind, but he's always been a bit unstable. Genius and madness are two sides of the same coin.
Is it madness to see the future? To see the destruction rushing towards us? To understand there is no escape? No hope? No. I am not mad. I'm the only sane one left.
I gave him an extra dose of his meds after the attack.
What else can you tell me about the attack?
It all happened so fast. 1 second we were gathering up our equipment. The next we were hiding in the shed while the Geth swarmed over the camp.
Agents of the destroyers. Bringers of darkness. Heralds of our extinction.
We could hear the battle outside. Gunfire, screams. I thought it would never end. Then everything went quiet. We just sat there, too afraid to move, until you came along.
Can you tell me anything about the beacon?
It's some type of data module from a galaxy-wide communications network, remarkably well preserved. It could be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetime. Miraculous new technologies, groundbreaking medical advances. Who knows what secrets are locked inside?
We have unearthed the heart of evil, awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness.
Manuel, please, this isn't the time.
Williams, take us to the spaceport.
You can't stop it. Nobody can stop it. Night is falling. The darkness of eternity.
Hush, Manuel, go lie down. You'll feel better once the medication kicks in.
So one thing I'm a little curious. Obviously, I know where the story goes now, and Manuel is definitely, has a better insight into what's going on than he necessarily gets credit for in that moment.
Saren. Nihilus.
This isn't your mission, Saren. What are you doing here?
The Council thought you could use some help on this one.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
But one question I do have is what was...
It's a ship. Look at the size of it.
I am curious what gave, what provided the insight for the Doctor. Was a shotgun, right? I think the shotguns are going to take a little getting used to. Healings for people who aren't specters. Boy, is it loud? Sorry guys, is the game too loud? I'll take Avia's word for it, but is there a? I'm curious if there's kind of a consensus on it. It's not necessarily too loud for me, but damn it, my individual experience is not necessarily relevant.
Stay calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
You're okay now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have found us for sure. We owe you our lives.
I still can't believe it. When we saw that ship, I thought it was all over.
It showed up right before the attack. Knew it was trouble the second I saw it, so we made a break for the sheds.
It may be the gunfire is a bit loud, but then I would kind of expect that in the audio mix, so...
Do you know anything about the Prothean beacon they dug up?
We're just farmers. We heard they found something out there, but it never really mattered to us. Not until now.
Tell me everything you remember about the attack.
Yeah, sorry, Avi, I don't want to
We were
cause
working
pain.
the crops when that ship showed up. We just saw it and ran. I don't know what happened to the rest of the crew.
They were by the garage, over near the spaceport, right where that ship came down. No way they survived.
You don't know that. We survived. If they made it to the garage, they could have had a fighting chance.
What else can you tell me about the ship you saw?
I was too busy running to get a clear look at it. I think it landed over near the spaceport.
Tell them about the noise, Cole. That awful noise.
It was emitting some kind of signal as it descended. It sounded like the shriek of the damned. Only it was coming from inside your own head.
It was probably trying to block communications.
Whatever it was, it felt like it was tearing right through my skull. Almost made it impossible to think.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
You have something to tell me, Cole?
Some guys at the spaceport were running a small smuggling ring, nothing major. In exchange for a cut of the profits, we let them store packages in our sheds.
What kind of packages?
I found a pistol. Figured it would come in handy if those things came back. But you'll probably get more use out of it than we will.
We're risking our lives to save this colony. You sure there's nothing else in here that could help us out?
Yeah, there's one more thing. I was gonna sell it after this was over, but you probably deserve it more than I do.
Who's your contact at the spaceport, Cole? What's his name?
He's not a bad guy. I don't want to get him in trouble. Besides, I'm not a snitch.
He might have something to do with this whole attack, Cole. We need his name. It's important.
Yeah, okay, you're right. His name's Powell. Works the docks at the spaceport, if he's still alive.
I have to go.
Good luck.
Yep. All right. I forgot that the amount of stuff that you wind up getting, I wind up spending a lot of time in the equipment menu. Not. You know what? Now, am I mistaken? Did the original Mass Effect have sort of this heat system, or is this new to Legendary Edition? Because I definitely remember having to get clips in number 2.
Commander, it's Nihilus.
Yeah, but there's a medical kit here.
A Turian? You know him?
He's a Spectre. He was with us on the normal.
Something's moving, over behind those crates.
Wait! Don't shoot! I'm one of you! I'm human!
What are you doing sneaking around back there?
I am sorry, I was hiding from those creatures. My name's Powell. I saw what happened to that Turian. The other one shot him.
I need to know how Nihilus died.
The other one got here first. He was waiting when your friend showed up. He called him Saren. I think they knew each other. Your friend seemed to relax. He let his guard down. And Saren killed him. Shot him right in the back. I'm just lucky he didn't see me behind the crates.
We were told a Prothean beacon was brought to the spaceport. What happened to it?
It's over on the other platform. Probably where that guy Saren was headed. He hopped on the cargo train right after he killed your friend. I knew that beacon was trouble. Everything's gone to hell since we found it. First that damn mothership showed up, then the attack. They killed everyone. Everyone. If I hadn't been behind the crates, I'd be dead too.
How come you're the only one who survived? Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait a minute. You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You survived because you're lazy?
If you hadn't snuck off for that nap, you'd probably be dead just like all the others.
Yeah, I guess. I don't really want to think about it.
Tell me about the Geth attack.
It was quick. 1 minute the ship was descending, the next, those Geth were swarming over the platform, thousands of them. They must have been inside that mothership. They shot anything that moved. It was a massacre.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the beacon?
They brought it here this morning. We loaded it up onto the train and shipped it to the other platform. Hard to believe that was only a few hours ago. Feels like a whole other life.
Tell me about this mothership you saw.
I've never seen anything like it before. It was huge. Landed over near that platform. The whole place got dark as it came down. And it was making this noise, this sound that bored right into your brain. That's what woke me up. The attack came a few minutes later.
So my guess about the sound was the, we talk about the sort of the subtle control that the Reapers have over their subjects. I'm assuming that's what the sound is, but I could be misinterpreting.
You're Cole's contact here on the docks for the smuggling ring.
What? No! I mean, what does it matter now? So I'm a smuggler, who cares? My supervisor's dead, the entire crew's dead. Doesn't matter now, does it?
Anything hidden nearby that we could use against the Geth?
A shipment of grenades came through last week. Nobody notices if a few small pieces go missing from the military orders.
You greedy son of a bitch. We're out here trying to protect your sorry ass, and all you can think about is how you can rip us off?
I never thought you'd actually need those grenades. Who'd want to attack Eden Prime? We're just a bunch of farmers. How was I supposed to know?
Just give me the grenades.
They're yours. Take them. My smuggling days are over, I swear.
We need to find that beacon before it's too late.
Take the cargo train. That's where the other Turian went. I can't stay here. I need to get away from all this.
Whoa! Shotguns are kind of fun. Good God. Oh, I thought I hit V, but... Not entirely sure you needed to blow up that barrel, but okay. Now we can. Oh, maybe not. I genuinely thought they were down. Feels like the game does sort of incentivize long-range attacks. It's like obviously rushing in is not the way to a long and healthy life.
Set the charges. Destroy the entire colony. Leave no evidence that we were here.
Hey, Totally Valken. How you doing tonight?
Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them.
Hurry! We need to find them all and shut them down.
Mad King Brutus is celebrating a birthday, and they asked very nicely if I would do Mass Effect. And I'm actually between games because we finished Boyfriend Dungeon, which was wonderful, by the way. So I got a chance to do a free game before I move on to my next one. This is the first time I've ever touched Legendary Edition, and I think it is fantastic. Oh my goodness.
I still want to be the fire, I want to be the fire, and I want to see it all burn, burn it down to root and stone and earth, burn it all to ash. Erase the pain and erase the shame then. Let me see what new wonders will rise from the ash.
Thank you so much for the donation, Totally Valken. Sorry, I'm getting used to not calling you Totally Not Valken. It's not every day I get to hear that donation announcement. So thank you for your generosity, and
Not in the middle of a fight.
maybe I wouldn't try to talk to you if you didn't run in front of my my shot. But no, it's what a way to what a way to say hi. Long time no see. I've been well. I actually got a chance to stop by Oct's channel the other day and be my usual sarcastic self, but I sadly did not get a chance to show off for you. Oh, this is gonna be crummy. You all deserve what's about to happen to you. So I reflexively hit reload so much in this game now. You haven't been well, so you try to oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Obviously, it's always a tough one to say to people, you know, oh, tell us what's bothering you. Because, like, sometimes this is private stuff that you specifically want to avoid. If you want to chat about it, you know, you're among friends, and I definitely care. So, you know, totally fine to bring it up. If instead you'd like to go off to a mysterious land of, you know, science fiction and people being impaled and turned into zombies, you know, mental health things plus stress, I have nothing but sympathy on that front, Valken. I hope you get through it quickly, because that I tend to find, not to like not to enhance the feeling of it, but I really do tend to find that's the sort of thing that can really expand to it can kind of expand to take up all the available sort of attention and influence. But yeah, if this can be, man, the mouse controls to this are not the easiest in the world. Oops. But no, I mean, if nothing else, the fact that you're going through that and your reaction to that is to try and spread positivity, or you're a much better person than me. So your dumplings are done. All right, enjoy them. So I just got a message I need to deal with really quick.
Normandy, the beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have activated it.
Roger, Normandy. Standing by.
No, don't touch it. Too dangerous.
I feel like there was live action video in the original version of that. I wonder if they've changed it.
We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime, the Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It was under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony.
And the beacon.
One of the humans may have used it.
This human must be eliminated.
Dr. Chakwas, I think he's waking up.
You had us worried there, Shepard. How are you feeling?
How did I end up here? How long was I out?
About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think.
It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way.
Where's the beacon now? What happened to it?
The beacon exploded. A system overload, maybe. The blast knocked you cold. The lieutenant and I carried you back here to the ship.
I appreciate it.
Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase in your rapid eye movement. Signs typically associated with intense dreaming.
I saw... I'm not sure what I saw. Death? Destruction? Nothing's really clear.
I better add this to my report. It may... Oh, Captain Anderson.
How's our XO holding up, Doctor?
Well, all the readings look normal. I'd say the commander's going to be fine.
Glad to hear it. Shepard, I need to speak with you. In private.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll be in the mess if you need me.
Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander. Are you sure you're okay?
I don't like soldiers dying under my command.
Jenkins wasn't your fault. You did a good job, Shepard.
Chief Williams isn't part of the Normandy crew.
I figured we could use a soldier like her. She's been reassigned to the Normandy.
You said you needed to see me in private, Captain?
I won't lie to you, Shepard. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead. The beacon was destroyed and Geth are invading. The Council's going to want answers.
I'm glad you got the dumplings. For some reason, I'm still feeling a little hungry. I got a snack. It's actually one of the reasons why I was later to streaming, but I simultaneously feel a little sick in the stomach, while also like kind of hungry. So I'm not sure what to make of that feeling.
The Geth would have wiped out the whole colony if I hadn't stopped them.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books. That's not why I'm here. It's Saren, that other Turian. Saren's a Spectre, one of the best, a living legend. But if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue Spectre's trouble. Saren's dangerous, and he hates humans.
He didn't come to Eden Prime because he hates humans.
You're right. Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how. I don't know why. But it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before that beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything? Any clue that might tell us what Saren was after?
Just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision.
A vision? A vision of what?
I saw synthetics. Geth, maybe. Slaughtering people. Butchering them.
We need to report this to the Council, Shepard.
What are we gonna tell him? I had a bad dream?
We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost Prothean technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was. Saren took it. But I know Saren. I know his reputation is politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This attack was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until he's wiped humanity from the face of the galaxy.
I'll find some way to take him down.
It's not that easy. He's a Spectre. He can go anywhere, do almost anything. That's why we need the Council on our side.
We prove Saren's gone rogue, and the Council will revoke his Spectre status.
I'll contact the Ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us as soon as we reach the Citadel. We should be getting close. Head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock.
But yeah, I'm sure you've already started on those dumplings, Valken, but I hope I hope you enjoy them. All right, let's take a quick look at the Codex. If nothing else, I can at least get some reading in. All right, Citadel Station statistics. Although the Citadel is equipped with Mass Effect generating Element 0 cores, most of the gravity on the station is generated by centrifugal force of rotation. Rotation 3.5 minutes per revolution. Rotational gravity in wards 1.02 Earth. Rotational gravity in Presidium 0.3 Earth. Total length open 44.7 kilometers. Diameter open 12.8 kilometers. Ward length 43.6 kilometers. Ward width 330 meters. Presidium ring diameter 7.2 kilometers. Presidium ring width 553 meters. Exterior armor thickness 13 meters. Population 13.2 million, not including keepers. Gross weight 7.11 billion metric tons. And height of Presidium Tower 1,047 meters.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news after what happened to Jenkins.
When your number comes up, it's over. His did.
Do you really believe that, Commander? After what happened to you on Akuz? Are you saying you only survived because of random chance?
I survived because I refused to die.
With respect, sir, I think you had somebody watching over you.
Things were pretty rough down there. Are you okay?
I've seen friends die before. Comes with being a Marine. But to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians. But things would have been a lot worse if you hadn't shown up.
We couldn't have done it without you, Williams.
Thanks, Commander. I have to admit,
I really like the
was a little
lighting.
worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome.
I need to go speak with Joker.
Goodbye, Commander.
Systems Alliance military jargon. Ashore. When a ship's crew leaves the vessel, they are ashore. Though normally used regarding planets, it can refer to boarding at a space station. Away. When a ship releases the equipment tethering it to a space station or surface dock, it is away. Aye aye, the proper way to acknowledge an order. If told to attack, the correct response is aye aye sir. If asked, are you proud to be a Marine, then the correct response is yes sir. ASAP, pronounced ASAP, an acronym for as soon as possible. ASAFP is also an acronym for as soon as feasibly possible. Belay, stop, cease. Bridge, the navigation center of a spacecraft, where the steering is done. Captain's mast, non-judicial disciplinary proceedings by unit commanders. CIC, Combat Information Center, the command center of a spacecraft. The CIC is filled with sensor displays to make sense out of the chaos of combat. DC, damage control, the containment and repair of damage to a spacecraft. ECM, electronic countermeasures used to avoid enemy sensors, from passive emissions masking to active jamming. EVA, extravehicular activity, time spent in a pressure suit outside of a vehicle, spacecraft, or station. Flank, the flank is the side of a military formation. Since the soldiers are facing elsewhere, an enemy that can attack on the flank can often turn it or roll it up. F&G, freaking new guy, a derisive term for inexperienced personnel. Groundside, the surface of a planet. Helmsman, the crew member who pilots a spacecraft. Lidar, light amplified detection and ranging, an active sensor that bounces lasers off an object to determine its bearing and distance. Lidar has sufficient resolution that the data can be reconstructed into an image. Shore party, spacecraft crew sent ashore on official business. Silent running, an old submariner's term used aboard the Normandy to denote when stealth systems are active. SITREP, abbreviation of situation report and evaluation of the current military situation. Spacer, someone who has spent most of their life in space. XO, executive officer, the second in command of an Alliance warship. The XO is responsible for administrative and personnel matters.
I'm glad you're okay, Commander. Losing Jenkins was hard enough on the crew.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us
You've been
into
listening
the
to a
Citadel.
podcast that goes over mainly
Taxpayer money at work.
You've been listening to a podcast that goes over mainly SCP Foundation stuff, so a game where there's one universal threat is a nice change. I gotta try Control. Oh, that's a really nice... Yeah, they did a great job on this.
Look at the size of that ship.
The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower, too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
Good thing it's on our side, then.
Citadel Control, this is SSV Normandy, requesting permission to land.
Stand by for clearance, Normandy. Clearance granted. You may begin your approach. Transferring you to an Alliance operator.
Roger, Alliance Tower. Normandy out.
Normandy, this is Alliance Tower. Please proceed to Dock 422.
This is an outrage! The Council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony?
The Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus systems, Ambassador.
Humanity was well aware of the risks when you went into the Traverse.
What about Saren? You can't just ignore a rogue Spectre. I demand action!
You don't get to make demands of the Council, Ambassador.
Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren. We will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before.
Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you.
Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions.
I have the mission reports. I assume they're accurate?
They are. Sounds like you convinced the Council to give us an audience.
They were not happy about it. Saren's their top agent. They don't like him being accused of treason.
Saren's a threat to every human colony out there. If they don't stop him, I will.
Settle down, Commander. You've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove you could get the job done. Instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon was destroyed.
That's Saren's fault, not his.
Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Otherwise, the Council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain. I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level. I'll make sure you have clearance to get in.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Ah, yes, the most important theme of Mass Effect. Civilian control of the military just gets in the way, and we need one strong warrior to sort everything out. Alliance Patrol Report. Captain Hendrickson reported some unusual energy readings during a patrol in the Argos row cluster. She had particular concerns about the Hydra system, but was recalled before her team could investigate further. No patrols are scheduled for that sector. Do we want to send in a recon team? You saw the same theme in Warhammer 40k when you fell down that hole. How did that turn out? Yeah. Actually, here's a question for it. So for those of you who have heard me rant on different topics, because we are going to be running around the Citadel. I mean, so some of this looks quite familiar from, from the game before.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
But, I am going to admire a lot of the work that they put into it. But has anybody heard sort of my interpretation of Warhammer 40k as probably my favorite retelling of the Rocky Horror Picture Show? Is this a rant that I've done on stream before?
What you're saying, but
These allegations are very serious. I can't just... This is serious. My reputation is at stake. I spoke with the consort in confidence, and her alone, and she betrayed that confidence. All right. I will look into it for you. In the meantime, do not do anything rash.
My favorite species in the game.
Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong, and it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
Okay, before I do this mission, so Totally Valken. All right, so this came. So apparently there was something about people getting really mad about the idea of there possibly being lady space marines, or like an argument breaking out over like why it was impossible in lore for there to be lady space marines. Now, I'd always thought that the Sisters of Battle were that, but apparently the Sisters of Battle are something different. And somebody pointed out in all capital letters that clearly I don't know anything about Warhammer 40k, which is absolutely true. And I don't necessarily consider that to be a like stinging accusation. It is very true, because I went and took a look at a Warhammer 40k wiki, and I absolutely love how basically 40k turns everything up to 11. Yeah. No, I definitely learned the distinction once I took a look. But yeah, if you've ever looked at a 40k wiki, those things could really stand for an editor. Like I have got some tolerance, and I do often like how absolutely bananas some of the 40k stuff is, but there is a lot of material there. So so far as I can tell, the Space Marines are the Emperor of Mankind genetically engineering a genetically perfect race of, like buff guys completely devoted to him. So essentially, as far as I can tell, the entire lore built around the Space Marines is a retelling of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, with the Emperor of Mankind as Frankenfurter, the Marines as Rocky. And as far as I am concerned, this is unassailable logic that really enhances one's appreciation and understanding of the subtleties of Games Workshop's most well-known property. That's basically it.
Who's this Asari consort?
Curious, you have not heard. You must be new to the Citadel. Everyone knows Sha'ira, the consort. I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Where can I find this Asari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
It's neat that they added animations to the Elcor. They used to be very static, so...
Pleased greeting. Human, it is always good to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din. You don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
Yeah, like I said, unassailable. It's simple. I mean, like, there's definitely a version of this that I can do that, like, really breaks down a lot of the details that I saw in a wiki, and you can, like, build up to it, but that's it. I mean, you can communicate the joke Oh, please feel free to go on a 40k rant. In fact, if you go on a 40k rant, I will read it as an Elcor.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm. I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
Tell me about the history and origins of the Elcor.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Elcor.
Frankly, we Elcor prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space travel. Our society is built on small, tight-knit groups, though we are always welcoming to outsiders. Our government tends to be very stable. Our people are not very comfortable with sudden changes.
What do you do here?
Modestly, I work to bring the problems and the requests of the Elcor groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our races.
Chastising rebuke. Your tone is inappropriate, Din. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
EarthClan, you are in the wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large office.
Chastising remark. Don't be so rude, Din. At least introduce yourself.
I am Din Korlak, Volus ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, EarthClan?
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Chastising rebuke, Din. Your species has always been granted many concessions. Volus territory has expanded tenfold since coming to the Citadel.
Details. We still have no real say in the decisions that affect Citadel space.
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and the Elcor.
Your ambassador is next door, in his own office.
In this shared space, I aid my fellow Volus when I'm not being interrupted.
So I don't think they re-recorded most of this stuff, but I completely failed to... Oh, sorry, 1 second. I'm pretty sure the first time I played this, I completely forgot to register the constant references to the shared space relative to Udina.
I'd like to know more about the Volus.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, EarthClan.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
My people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari and Solarians had discovered it. We were instrumental in establishing a standardized galactic economy. However, despite our long association with the Citadel and our many contributions to galactic society, we still do not hold a seat on the Council.
From Totally Valkan. Professorially, so a lot of 40k is actually pretty close to dark satire and social commentary. Big Emps made the Primarchs, and then made the Space Marines all male. Regretfully, the early aspects of 40k were, let's say, problematic. Thoughtfully, the Sisters of Battle hit the marks of Space Marines. Strong, hit like a hammer, and power armor even, but they show much more care and consideration when they gave them the second pass. They have the idea of female space marines, but they are their own thing, and better for it. Nonchalantly, instead of just, yeah, these guys but girls. Avia, okay, gentlemen, you gotta go see PGC. Thanks and have a good night. I completely forgot about the Battlegrounds. Enjoy. Have a good one.
Tell me about Volus culture.
We are tribal by nature, but our ways are not violent. We barter and trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually split again. Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing. Since we're not physically adept, we trade our services for protection.
What is it you do here?
I look out for the best interests of the Volus people. No easy task considering how often we are overlooked by the Council.
Chastising rebuke, Dan. The Council favors your species greatly.
You are naive. The Earth Clan will be invited to the Council long before our species will.
Thoughtfully, maybe this is the way we should talk online. Really talk online.
Why aren't the Volus or Elcor part of the Council?
All species must prove themselves before they join the Council. All but the Earth Clans, it would seem.
Dismissive. Ignore the Volus ambassador, human. He is incorrect in his assessment.
Really? How long have we been waiting? How long do you think we'll continue to wait? Bah, this talk is wasted on the humans.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
But yeah, no, Belkin, I've definitely, I mean, it will probably not surprise you to know that, Space Marine account has, rubbed people the wrong way, and, I'm sure an Elcor style approach might improve it. Although I do enjoy the people who are like really into 40K and the answer, or like the reaction's always like, that isn't funny. It's like, yeah, maybe not, but there's enough people who laugh at it that I still repeat it.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
I should be going now.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
I'm not sure if I don't think the consort would be here.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
Citadel conventions. These diplomatic talks occurred in the wake of the Krogan rebellions as a response to the destruction of the conflict and an attempt to distance the Council from the brutal Krogan warfare. The conventions regulate the use of weapons of mass destruction. A WMD causes environmental alteration to a world. A bomb that produces a large crater is not considered a WMD. A bomb that causes a nuclear winter is. Use of a WMD is forbidden on garden worlds like Earth, with ecospheres that can readily support a population. If a habitable world is destroyed, it will not be replaced for millions of years. The conventions do not forbid the use of WMD on hostile worlds or in sealed space station environments. Many militaries continue to develop and maintain stockpiles. The conventions have graded weapons of mass destruction into tiers of concern. Tier 1 is the greatest threat to galactic peace. Tier 1, large kinetic impactors such as asteroid drops or deorbiting space stations, effectively free and available in any system in the form of debris left over from planetary accretion. Kinetic impactors are the weapon of choice for terrorists and third galaxy nations. Tier 2. It's weird that they say third galaxy. So I think what they're trying to do is like talk about the third world, but my understanding of those distinctions was like, so I believe this is, I don't even necessarily think this is just political correctness here, but I believe the term is now developing nations, and I think it's because the idea of third world has its origins in the Cold War. Let me see if I can find. I mean, like, it may just be, like, I guess the thing, I don't know, like, I guess developing, like, if you just change the label on it, it doesn't necessarily mean the, I guess it doesn't really mean, like, I guess I could say, like, if it comes down to, if like the distinction, if labeling a country that is not economically well off third world and is considered derogatory, presumably shifting that title to, to developing, it's still a problem. But yeah, if I recall correctly, sort of first world would be what we largely consider to be, the West, essentially NATO countries. Second world, I'm almost certain would be sort of Soviet Union communist countries. And then third world were effectively non-aligned. But I'm guessing that's what they're trying. So, like, that's just it, right? It's a bit, like, the only reason I pointed out is it's a bit of a weird distinction. I think they're trying to say, like, the equivalent of, like the galactic equivalent of a failed state is what I think they're trying to communicate by that. But I don't know if it quite makes. I don't know if it makes as much sense when you know the term. I'm sure I'm the only person who actually, like, read that and I'm like, does that mean what they think that means? Anyways. Tier 2, uncontrolled self-replicating weapons such as nanotechnology, viral or bacteriological organisms, von Neumann devices, and destructive computer viruses. These weapons can lie dormant for millennia, waiting for a careless visitor to carry them onto another world. Tier 3, large energy burst weapons such as a nuclear or antimatter warhead. Tier 4, alien species deliberately introduced to crowd out native forms necessary for the health of an ecosystem. Ecological tampering can take years to bear fruit, making it difficult to prove. Treaty of Phraxian. Due to the destructive potential of dreadnoughts, the Council races agreed at the Phraxian Naval Conference to fix a ratio of dreadnought construction between themselves. At the top of the pyramid is the peacekeeping Turian fleet. Below the Turians are the other Council races, currently the Asari and Solarians. Council's associate races are at the bottom. The Human Systems Alliance is part of the last group. The ratio of Turian to Council to associate dreadnoughts is 5-3-1. For every dreadnought humans are permitted to build, the Asari have 3 and the Turians 5. I'm sure most people who watch the channel probably know that this is actually something that has historical precedent on Earth.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
Use Citadel Rapid Transit to travel quickly between major locations. As you explore the Citadel, more locations will unlock. Yeah, this looks really great. I definitely need to put more time into Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Like, it's definitely been a while since I've, like, sat down and played a game just so that I can play it for myself. But this is pretty great. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving as the connection point for the wards. The interior walls are lined with the embassies of influential species and private residences for the galaxy's elite. The Presidium is full of open-air residences, bars, and luxurious meeting areas. Gravity is about 1/3 Earth normal. A holographic sky is projected over the ceiling of the ring. Unlike the 24/7 bustle of the wards, the Presidium maintains a 20-hour day schedule, with a 6-hour night where lights are dimmed and the sky goes through a night cycle. Offices and residences are often open to the interior. It is not unusual for embassies to have no exterior wall at all. This does not cause a crime problem due to the heavy seasick presence and the ubiquitous monitoring devices on the Presidium. Thieves are quickly identified and apprehended. The ring is the location of the Citadel spaceports. Being closer to the center of spin, there is less motion for a ship to match, and the reduced spin gravity makes handling cargo easier. Hundreds of ships pass through the Citadel every day, and every species with an embassy is granted a private dock. The tower at the center of the ring holds the administration of the Citadel Council. The tower rises over a kilometer from the ring, appearing to thrust forward parallel to the ward arms. As the tower is at the center of the spin axis, it experiences little centrifugal force. Gravity is maintained using mass effect fields at a 90-degree angle to the ring and the wards. A consular dock can be found at the base of the tower. While normally used for diplomatic couriers and spectre business, the shuttles docked here can evacuate the council government in an emergency. I wonder if an emergency will happen in this game.
This place is a little too perfect. We're hiding something.
Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual guide throughout this level of the Citadel space station.
What does that mean?
I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence, programmed to provide spontaneous guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium VI terminals, should you require assistance.
Give me the tour.
Welcome to Presidium Tourism Terminal 3. Here in the financial district, a number of businesses offer various goods and services to their exclusive clientele. The statue you see before you was commissioned to honor the Krogan soldiers who gave their lives to protect Citadel space during the Rachni Wars. In the aftermath of the Krogan rebellions, several embassies petitioned to have the statue removed. However, this motion was eventually quashed by the Council.
Tell me more about the Krogan rebellions.
In recognition of their efforts during the Rachni Wars, the Krogan were granted several new colony worlds by the Council. Over the next 400 years, the Krogan species began to expand. Blessed with an extremely high birth rate, their numbers began to swell. Faced with a critical overpopulation crisis, the Krogan started a violent colonization of nearby worlds inhabited by other Council species. The Krogan rebellions had begun. For a full century, the Council and its member species fought to bring the Krogan under control. With the aid of the newly discovered Turian Empire, they were ultimately successful.
You needed the Krogan to stop the Rachni. Then you needed the Turians to stop the Krogan. So who's gonna stop the Turians?
I am sorry, but that question is beyond my programming parameters. The Turians are members of the Citadel Council. They are not a threat to galactic peace.
What were the Rachni Wars?
Nearly 2,200 years ago, explorers seeking to expand Citadel space opened up mass relays leading to systems controlled by the Rachni. A highly intelligent and aggressive insect race, the Rachni unleashed a war of conquest against the rest of the galaxy that lasted for nearly 3 centuries. The emergence of the Krogan finally turned the tide in favor of the Citadel species. Krogan forces provided the numbers necessary to halt the Rachni advance and drive them back. The Krogan then pursued their retreating fleets. Able to survive the harsh environments of the Rachni homeworlds, the Krogan hunted their enemy to extinction.
Was it really necessary to wipe them out?
I am sorry, but a value judgment of that nature goes beyond my programming.
Why did the Council fight so hard to keep the statue?
The Krogan were instrumental in saving the galaxy from the Rachni threat. The Council believed this historical fact should not be forgotten. The Council also hoped that preserving the memorial would improve diplomatic relations with the Krogan and bring about a peaceful resolution to the rebellions. Unfortunately, the Krogan refused to negotiate and only surrendered after their population and homeworlds had been ravaged by the Turians.
I know I'm getting a little bit close to when I'd finish, but I'm sorry to do this, but I am actually going to take a quick second just to go to the bathroom. I will be back in just a moment, and I'll try and add a little extra time to the broadcast. Terribly sorry about that. Oop. Actually, I also forgot, Night Valian's probably streaming now, but for those of you who don't know him, he is a soft-voiced Brazilian streamer. He was playing... He should be sorry. So he... He's been playing Metro Exodus lately, and he was here a little bit earlier, but I did forget to get the
That's all for now.
the shout out done.
Thank you for using Avina.
Now, I don't know if after the Rachni War, the quick-breeding Krogan expanded at the expense of their neighbors. Warlords leveraged their veteran soldiers to seize living space, while the Council races were still grateful. Over centuries, the Krogan conquered world after world. There was always just one more needed. When the Council finally demanded withdrawal from the Asari colony of Luisa, Krogan overlord Karadak stormed off the Citadel, daring the Council to take their worlds back. But the Council had taken precautions. The finest STG operators and Asari huntresses had been drafted into a covert observation force, the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Spectres opened the war with crippling strategic strikes. The Krogan planets went dark as computer viruses flooded the extranet. Sabotaged antimatter refineries disappeared in blue-white annihilation. Headquarters stations shattered into orbit-clogging debris, rammed by pre-placed suicide freighters. Still, this only delayed the inevitable. The war would have been lost if not for the first contact with the Turians, who responded to Krogan threats with a prompt declaration of war. Being on the far side of Krogan space from the Council, the Turians advanced rapidly into lightly defended Krogan rear areas. The Krogan responded by dropping space stations and asteroids on Turian colonies. 3 worlds were rendered completely uninhabitable. This was precisely the wrong approach to take with the Turians. Each is first and foremost a public servant, willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Rather than increasing public war weariness, Krogan tactics stiffened Turian resolve. The arrival of Turian task forces saved many worlds from the warlords' marauding fleets, but it took the development of the genophage bioweapon to end the war. There were decades of unrest afterwards. Rogue warlords and holdout groups of insurgents refused to surrender or disappeared into the frontier systems to become pirates.
Have a pleasant day.
So one question I have, I do think I want to try and do the consort story at least. Oh, I haven't talked to a Hanar in a very long time. But I am a little curious. If I were to do a little extended time for the broadcast, let's say if I were to try and go on the first world that I could. I have done this game on stream before, but I'm curious if I were... And actually, I'm particularly interested in Mad King Brutos' opinion on this, if you're still around. I'm actually a little curious if people would like to see a game that inspired Mass Effect. It's an old one, but it's one I'd like to share if there's interest. I want to talk to the shopkeeper. Get out of the way, Caden.
Ah, human. This one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Why do you refer to yourself as this one and it?
For the same reason that humans are so inquisitive. It is part of our culture. Specifically, Hanar only refer to themselves in the first person with family or intimates. And we rarely do so with other species. It is just our way.
What exactly do you sell?
Only the finest and most luxurious items that credits can buy. This one is able to procure almost any item the human would desire, for a price, naturally.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Yeah, a little pricey. Oh, that's a lot of... Okay, so... I'm curious what it takes. We require pistols 6 to get good with shotguns, so I think... The thing is, I do also want to put some effort into warp, but... Yeah. There we go. And then You know, I think in this case I'm gonna just auto level up the allies. Whoa! They let you do that on the Citadel? I'm obviously used to the convention of hitting shift to run, but then I also forgot that you get tired quite quickly in this game. I wonder if the map helps you out in finding the... okay, we've got the bank, we've got... Oh, yep, so it's just to the right. I don't remember if you could see the reflections in the higher areas above. I mean, it's not like ray tracing or anything. Oh.
Rearranged 5 times now.
5 times? Why? What do they want?
How should I know? It's not like Keepers offer an explanation for what they're doing.
And yet, everyone just lets them go on doing whatever it is they do.
What choice do we have? If you try to stop them, they just shut down and another one replaces it.
Just strange that we know so little about them.
Not to mention frustrating.
But yeah, so like it's not like, you know, I stare down at this thing and I see the, you know, the vehicles traveling by or anything like that. But it's, you know, it's a nice touch, especially because if you don't look up, you know, you don't always necessarily kind of get to appreciate the vastness of the area. So just being able to see some of the reflections is I don't know, it's nice. I like it.
Welcome. I am Nelina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
What is the consort? What does she do?
It's difficult to explain. She's many things to many people, and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them.
You make her sound like some kind of oracle.
No, not in the usual sense. She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
Nelina.
Yes, Shaira?
Send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with him.
Yes, of course, mistress.
Did they have this cutscene in?
Huh. It appears the consort has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
What does she want to see me for?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her yourself. Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible. I have to admit I'm a little nervous.
That's understandable. Many are a little unsure what to expect their first time.
Don't get me wrong. I've only heard good things about the consort. It's just...
The unknown forces us out of our comfort zone. It forces us to be vulnerable.
Exactly. That's just what I was thinking.
Good. Then we are ready to begin.
This is my first time. I can't believe I didn't come sooner.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
That is close enough, Commander. I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our Citadel.
What exactly do you do?
That depends on your needs. I offer advice to some, comfort to others. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Tell me about this problem you're having.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Cora's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
I don't make any promises, but I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Commander. That is all I can ask. Appeal to his sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful. Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
Okay, so I suppose I've got the option of trying to go to Cora's den if I can know where to find it. Or I can just head to the council chamber. Let me just double check what they want me to do. Yeah, I don't know. Let's. I'm not going to look for a specific destination. Let's just see where the. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have fatigue in this, so. Oh, yes, I do. It just doesn't tell me. Yeah, let's see where this. I was going to try and not follow directions, but.
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepherd. The tale of how you survived the great tragedy on Akuz is truly remarkable. I am amazed each time I hear it.
You've got me at a disadvantage here.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barla Vaughn. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives on the station, I take notice.
Tell me more about your job.
Galactic finance is incredibly complex. A mix of laws and regulations from dozens of interstellar economies. I'm an expert in how all these economies interact. For a fee, I share my expertise. I also offer premium services for those clients who need someone to conduct business without drawing unwanted attention. Discreet and efficient. That's my motto.
One thing I always kind of found funny, this is a weird thing to point out as an improvement in Legendary Edition, but I remember some of the it doesn't count as aliasing if it's the jagged edge. Anyways, it's the jagged edges of sort of the pixels on the Volus. For a while, I was under the impression that sort of the tusk-like bits were not solid, that they were almost like a fabric, like when they would turn their heads. And I think it was because there was sort of, it looked like it was motion when they'd turn their heads, when in fact it was just sort of the jagged edges of the like the 3D render moving by. You know, obviously. It's not completely removed. Like any game is still going to have some of those, but in this case here, it's much more clear to me that they're solid. Like I don't think I've ever seen a situation where there's been sort of implied movement of the tusks and the, just for lack of a better term, the tusks of their outfit.
Sounds pretty shady.
Everything I do falls completely within the bounds of interstellar commerce law. Even so, many of my clients would prefer their transactions remain undisclosed. For example, suppose a Hanar ambassador was petitioning the council to reduce tariffs on Hanar goods. How would it look if he had money invested in a Hanar exporting company? Even if his true motives were to help his people, he would be accused of advancing the petition for his own personal gain. I can keep his personal finances private.
Still sounds shady to me.
then we can only hope you will never be cursed with a large enough fortune to require my services.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the success of the Council. All the species of Citadel spaced together in a single strong community.
Totally not totally Valken. It only sounds shady because it is.
What makes the Presidium so special?
It is the political center of Citadel space. 80% of all intelligent species in the known galaxy acknowledge the Council's authority on interstellar matters. But only the most powerful and influential species have embassies here on the Presidium. This level of the station is reserved for the elite, Shepard. People like us.
What are the wards like?
The cultural heart of the galaxy. They pulse with the lifeblood of millions of citizens from dozens of different species. You never know what you'll find down in the wards, Commander. It's always full of surprises. Fortunately, most of them are pleasant.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Presumably, I mean, it may have been that the consort already told me this, but presumably Cora's den is in the wards, but I wasn't paying attention. I think that's Mass Effect Relay. What's the next game I'll be tackling? I'm actually keeping that to myself, totally not Velkin. I'll definitely be doing it next week, though.
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
Please do not disturb the keepers. Please do not disturb the keepers.
You can't tell me what to do. But it's a game that I've played before, and I suspect it will be a game people will be very happy that I'm coming back to. And sorry, if you can just give me a quick minute here.
The following is a conversation with Dr.
All right, sorry about that. Never mind. Oh, interesting. You can hit J to go to the... So if I hit I for inventory. Oh, this is great. And C for character.
Undeploying.
Nope. P. O. U. Ah. Okay, cool. I like that there's hotkeys for these. That's what I get for tabbing out. Let's talk to the council to gain access to the wards. All right, well, the game has us on rails. So, obviously, the job for me is to actually provide the interaction and the quote-unquote entertainment. But for those of you who are interested, I'm curious how you feel about the trend of sort of remakes and remasters. If they are... Don't tell me what to do, Gabe. You're not my real dad. But when I think of...
Council isn't going to ask me any questions, are they?
I doubt it. We've made our reports. Now we just have to trust Ambassador Udina.
No, we don't, sir.
I love that they gave you an option to skip the elevator rides. But yeah, no. The reason I ask is that I know the reaction to Dark Souls Remastered was largely that it was not relevant, that it really didn't improve that much. Now, I could be wrong on this, and that it is actually a good update, but that essentially it didn't really change anything meaningful, that you could really get the experience that you were looking for by playing the original Dark Souls and just getting the PC patch. But then, like, clearly this Legendary Edition is, like, as far as I'm concerned, this is fantastic. Like, and I really hope that one of the things that it winds up doing is that people who maybe missed out on Mass Effect because it is an old game, that they're able to appreciate it and appreciate it as the kind of story that I think a lot of people who remember it very fondly, think of it in the terms that they do, that the kind of the people who played it originally do. And certainly there are there's other examples of remasters that have gone well. It definitely feels like with consoles that this is just the thing that is done now, right? That I think there's remastered versions of Last of Us and other really classic games. And to a certain extent, this is a little bit like the one of the things that people really really push back on in Hollywood, the idea that like the idea that Hollywood's out of ideas, and so they're just simply doing remakes and sequels and so on and so forth. And yet, to a certain extent, I feel that with gaming, there is actually a couple of meaningful differences that that come up. So, I, to a certain extent, was not thrilled with the idea that World of Warcraft Classic was being implemented, but I actually suddenly became very sympathetic when somebody sort of made the argument that, I think it was after Cataclysm, that essentially the game that was this very influential, effectively sort of set the standard for MMOs, and effectively every other MMO kind of seems to be emulating, that game ceased to exist after Cataclysm, and that the fan made sort of servers and like the classic version, the unofficial classic versions, were a reflection of the fact that that original world should exist, and that effectively Blizzard's issuing of the classic edition was recognition of that. So I became like, the thing is that I definitely feel that there is a little too much nostalgia in gaming, but I actually found that to be a pretty convincing argument. So I've never played WoW Classic, but I sort of get it. And I think there are a couple of, arguments as to why some of the remasters and sort of reissuings of certain games are a bit different from why they're a bit different from the Hollywood trend. So the thing about like Hollywood is that we've got black and white movies, and there was, I think this is like around the 80s, like I think it was like Turner Classic Movies or something like that. But basically there was this effort to like colorize a bunch of old black and white classics, and like people reacted to this with horror because of course, and I mean as ex-camera, like 100% don't do that to movies. Like, there's some very specific decisions that were made in terms of black. It's like, like obviously there are some films that were made around the time that color motion picture film didn't exist. But for the most part, black and white is still an aesthetic choice. And to change that is actually kind of especially because film is a visual medium, right? Like changing a black and white film to color is really striking at the heart of the medium, right? And I mean, to a certain extent, you can make arguments the other way. Like, so a lot of paintings that we are very familiar with do not actually look the way that they were originally portrayed. So, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, as far as I can tell, had a much more vibrant sky. Like it is apparently yellowed quite a bit since it was first painted. I seem to recall it may even be the Sistine Chapel, but there's at least a ceiling that was less vibrant than what it originally was, just because of sort of an accumulation of soot. And of course, a lot of people then complained once it was cleaned and restored that, that it looked cartoonish. But that may have been, in fact, what the people who originally saw it kind of saw in that painting. And then, of course, there's the whole question as to whether or not we should care about the original form. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is that I think one of the reasons why we would react so strongly against the colorizing of a classic film is that effectively we have the original film. We are able to enjoy it as it was produced. In some cases, like you have films like Metropolis, which, have been edited several times, and, there's great efforts to sort of restore the soundtrack and such. And then, obviously, there is a little bit of preservation that needs to be done in terms of, clearly you need to go from celluloid to some format that can be transferred to a videotape or a disc or, streaming now. But I think for the most part, the idea of preserving a film, like as long as you are able to put it to some format where the moving images can be realized, you've done your job. But when it comes to games, this is less of the case. We need tools like DOSBox, and sometimes, some games are actually quite difficult to get working. Fallout 3, my GOG copy, the reason I got it on GOG was because I thought it would get around a lot of the issues of trying to run it on Windows. But Fallout 3 actually doesn't work for me. I think it's on Game Pass now, so I'm going to give it a shot on that because I suspect, Microsoft's going to make an effort to make sure that it's, that it's running properly. But, there was a time where it felt like I wouldn't be able to play Fallout 3 if I wanted to. And think of something like different iPhone versions. So if I recall correctly, there was a game I liked called The Devil's Attorney, which I wasn't actually able to play for a while because it hadn't been updated for an iOS version, and then it eventually was. I think some of the Infinity Blade games, as much as I enjoyed them, those are no longer available to play on iPhone, again, because of compatibility issues with old versions of iOS. And it's certainly quite difficult to roll back to an old version of iOS. And I would argue to, a certain extent, it's not necessarily desirable to, to do so. And so the idea of preserving a game, like, depending on the technology that you're talking about, is actually quite a difficult feat, because there may be a question in terms of compatibility with hardware or software. And so while there is obviously a financial incentive to take a known, a known quantity, so it's, I think, safe to say that there are a lot of people who will probably want to play The Last of Us again and will willingly do so on an updated console. there is, I think, something of an argument that these remasters are actually something that is continuing to preserve this legacy of high quality games. But of course, Valken makes another point, which is, I think if there is a remake and there are some improvements to it to make it nicer to play, that's okay. If it's the remake just to remake it and sell more copies, cough, Skyrim cough, that's a little less okay. You're about to say, do you know the differences in makeup that they had to use? But you would. Yeah, I mean, the Skyrim one's an interesting case because at least in the case of a couple of them, so I think there was like this, like the special edition, I believe, in addition to combining the DLC, I think they included a number of sort of graphical enhancements and such. And so, of course, that game has been reissued multiple times, and it's become sort of a meme. And I think this definitive edition here is incorporating a lot of mods into the game. Now, whether or not that's something they should be able to do, or we want to reward or support or whatever, that's a whole other, that's a whole other question. But clearly, I think people are questioning the added value of the latest re-release. And obviously, there's a harder argument to be made because so far as I can tell, you are still able to play Skyrim on the original system that it was released for. So I don't know. It's a question that I have because I think there's an argument unique to gaming in the sense that because the devices on which this experience occurs do actually have these changes that occur to them.
Hiding something. Give me more time. Stall them.
Stall the council? Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus.
Commander Shepard, Garrus Vicarian. I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren.
Who were you just talking to?
That was Executor Palin, head of Citadel Security, my boss. He'll be presenting my findings on Saren to the Council.
Sounds like you really want to bring him down.
I don't trust him. Something about him rubs me the wrong way. But he's a Spectre. Everything he touches is classified. I can't find any hard evidence.
I think the Council's ready for us, Commander.
Good luck, Shepard. Maybe they'll listen to you.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can also sort of make, obviously you can make the same argument I made about Skyrim, about Mass Effect. Like, obviously, I don't believe there's any compatibility issues with the original Mass Effect on, on PCs. I was certainly able to play it. But, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, I am, oh God, look at this. Like, this is amazing. Like I don't see any reason to go back and play the original Mass Effect. Like I might as well stick in this just because it's
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the Councilor's assistants.
Commander.
It seems to retain all of the things that I like about the original while enhancing it.
The hearing's already started. Come on.
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
The investigation by Citadel Security turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason.
An eyewitness saw him kill Nihilus in cold blood.
We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof.
I feel like the costumes are more colorful here.
Nihilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard. The one who let the beacon get destroyed.
The mission to Eden Prime was top secret. The only way you could know about the beacon was if you were there.
With Nihilus gone, his files passed on to me. I read the Eden Prime report. I was unimpressed. But what can you expect from a human?
Saren despises humanity. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Your species needs to learn its place, Shepard. You're not ready to join the Council. You're not even ready to join the Spectres.
He has no right to say that. That's not his decision.
Shepard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting.
This meeting has no purpose. The humans are wasting your time, Counselor, and mine.
You can't hide behind the Council forever.
There is still one outstanding issue. Commander Shepard's vision. It may have been triggered by the beacon.
Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony?
I agree. Our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
The Council has found no evidence of any connection between Saren and the Geth. Ambassador, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
I'm glad to see justice was served.
This meeting is adjourned.
It was a mistake bringing you into that hearing, Captain. You and Saren have too much history. It made the Council question our motives.
I know Saren. He's working with the Geth for one reason. To exterminate the entire human race. Every colony we have is at risk. Every world we control is in danger. Even Earth isn't safe.
We need to deal with Saren ourselves.
As a Spectre, he's virtually untouchable. We need to find some way to expose him.
What about Garrus, that CSEC investigator? We saw him arguing with the Executor.
That's right. He was asking for more time to finish his report. Seems like he was close to finding something on Saren.
Any idea where we could find him?
I have a contact in CSEC who can help us track Garrus down. His name is Harkin.
Forget it. They suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job. I won't waste my time with that loser.
You won't have to. I don't want the Council using your past history with Saren as an excuse to ignore anything we turn up. Shepard will handle this.
You can't just cut Captain Anderson out of this investigation.
The Ambassador's right. I need to step aside.
I need to take care of some business. Captain, meet me in my office later.
Harkin's probably getting drunk at Cora's Den. It's a dingy little club in the lower section of the wards.
I thought you said he was a drunken loser.
Couldn't hurt to go talk to him. Just be careful. I wouldn't call him reliable.
You and Saren have a history. What happened?
About 20 years ago, I was part of a mission in the Skillian Verge. I was working with Saren to find and remove a known terrorist threat. Saren eliminated his target, but a lot of people died along the way. Innocent people. And the official records just covered it all up. But I saw how he operates. No conscience. No hesitation. He'd kill 1,000 innocent civilians to end a war without a second thought.
By the way, Vulcan, there's a DM that you may or may not have seen.
Killing innocents doesn't end wars, it causes them.
I know how the world works, Commander. Sometimes you're forced to make unpleasant decisions. But only if there's no other way. Saren doesn't even look for another option. He's twisted, broken. He likes the violence, the killing. And he knows how to cover his tracks.
Maybe there's another way to find evidence against Saren.
You should talk to Barla Vaughn over in the financial district. Rumor has it he's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
The Shadow Broker?
An information dealer. Buys and sells secrets to the highest bidder. I've heard Barla Vaughn's one of the top representatives. He might know something about Saren, but his information won't come cheap.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that totally, Vulcan. I wanted to make sure there was
Good
enough...
luck, Shepard. I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else.
I wanted to make sure there was enough distance from it to bring it up. I mean, you'll know why, but I figured it was a decent time to bring that up. Okay, so Cora's Den is consistent with the both consistent with the main quest and the side quest that I want to do.
The Volus won't be joining the council for years.
I'm not so sure. The
The humans are making a strong push, and you can bet the Volus will be right on their coattails if they succeed.
They're letting anybody in the council now.
The humans to join us is a sound strategic move. But the Volus? No. The Hanna are likely to be next, then the Elcor.
You may be right, though the Hanar need to lighten up a bit first.
You just don't like them because you have trouble understanding them.
Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah. We can talk later, obviously, but there's definitely been a lot of sort of wow moments in Legendary for me, but I think this is probably one of my favorite enhancements.
I can't believe the Council ignored all the evidence against Saren.
Saren's one of their best operatives. It's only natural they take his word over ours.
Oh, so now we just chase leads while this smug Turian runs around with his Geth troopers.
That's politics, Chief.
I hate politics.
I did not realize that they've got one of the Mass Effect themes as jazzy elevator music. You've never played the original? Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, so here's the thing. Like, oh, wait a minute. I think the wards are on the same side here. So I played Mass Effect 2, and then I wound up playing Mass Effect 1 on stream. And I will be the first to admit, like, so the thing is...
You're not allowed in here. This one believes it has the right to move freely through this area.
You're creating a public disturbance. It's against Citadel regulations.
This one is unsure why the other would not wish word of the Enkindlers to be spread.
That Hanar refuses to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner?
Are there laws being broken here?
I am not unreasonable. The Hanar is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit.
So if the Hanar gets a permit, it's allowed to preach?
No. Registered evangelicals must follow regulations. There are specific areas where preaching is legal. Failure to follow the regulations results in the forfeiture of the license.
What's the purpose behind the evangelical permits?
Forcing religious evangelicals to register for a permit weeds out undesirables. It keeps the area safe. The Citadel is too important to become a battleground for a religious war.
But yeah, so I played Mass Effect 2, which I know is kind of widely regarded as the best in the series. And I mean, for me, Mass Effect 2 was one of the very first sort of big video games that I had played after a long hiatus from gaming. So it was sort of like it definitely feels like gaming as I had known it shifted from what I wound up playing when I played Mass Effect 2. So in addition to it being sort of my first experience of an RPG like this, and a very well done story, and just a game that really is one of it really seems to be a game that did the type of game that Mass Effect is exceptionally well. I also think Mass Effect 3 is a good game. Like, don't get me wrong on that, but like it really does feel like Mass Effect 2 is one on which there is something of a consensus in terms of it being an incredibly high quality game. Inevitably, to go back to Mass Effect 1, where BioWare is probably still finding their feet on this kind of game, where they're, I think if you think about, for those of you that know that Starflight was an inspiration for this, it's really clear that the Mako is trying to get the TV component of Starflight down, and it really seems to be something that they never perfected for the for the original trilogy. And if you read that Kotaku article on the troubled development of Andromeda, you can actually see that really one of the things that they were trying to capture in that game was the one part of these kind of the inspiration for Mass Effect that was never really properly realized in the trilogy. It actually makes me wonder if there had been some kind of a combination between the two despised games of that time. So essentially a partnership between Hello Games and BioWare for to sort of have the procedurally generated worlds for Andromeda, what that game might have been like. Again, we'll never know, obviously, because of course Andromeda was kind of panned and memed to death, and never really given a chance to sort of find its own place. But yeah, like, I guess the thing for me is that, like, it was definitely tough to go from Mass Effect 2 back to 1 just because of some of the issues in terms of combat and some of the difficulty. Some of those edges have definitely been sanded down here, but I've only really done kind of the tutorial combat, so we'll see where it goes.
If you'd like, I could talk to the Hanar for you.
I have argued with the stubborn jelly all afternoon. You are certainly welcome to try.
Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers? Or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance?
What's going on here?
The CSEC officer requests that this one purchase an evangelical permit to spread the truth of the Enkindlers.
Who are the Enkindlers?
Your people know them as the Protheans. They are the true creators of this one's people. The Enkindlers raised the Hanar from ignorance into consciousness by granting this one's people the gift of speech.
So you're breaking the law by preaching without a permit right now?
The CSEC officer states that preaching in this place is forbidden, and preaching anywhere on the Citadel requires a permit. This one humbly submits that it is not preaching to state the truth of the Enkindlers, and thus no permit should be necessary.
If that's all the CSEC officer wants, why not just buy the permit?
The truth of the Enkindlers is universal. This one humbly believes that the truth should not be suppressed. Exacting payment as a means of imposing limits upon the truth is an abrogation of this one's religious freedom.
Is this really how you want to represent the Enkindlers?
The truth of the Enkindlers must be made known. They gave the Hanar language and gave the universe the mass relays. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who will listen. There is no intent to cause trouble.
Drat. What if I purchase the evangelical permit for you?
Finances are only a partial limitation. This one does not believe that one should pay in order to speak the truth. However, this one also does not possess the 150 credits necessary to purchase the permit.
150 credits? This should cover you.
This is a most appreciated action. You are not of the Hanar, but you wish to help spread the truth of the Enkindlers. This one will not cause any further trouble for the CSEC officer. This one offers its thanks.
That's a bit different from what I did before. I must apologize, by the way. I have been feeling a little unwell throughout the stream. I'm going to do my best to try and get off the Citadel, but I may have to wrap this up after Cora's Den. We'll see.
In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected.
Yeah, I love little details like the light effects for the... Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, right? Because I got the 20.5 hours of stream to go. I can't wrap up. Yeah, I mean...
Do you really think we'll find him down here?
He always stops in for a few games of Quasar before he makes his drop.
Fist is gonna be pissed if we take down his supplier.
That's the point. We want him angry. Angry people make mistakes.
There's just something about Fist that makes me nervous.
Good. He's a dangerous man. Now keep your eyes peeled for our mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you have a streaming day and you're like, I really don't feel up to it. It's like, sometimes doing the work is reason enough to do it. So if I'm not feeling 100%, I really do try and get the job done. But there's limits, right? Like there's only so far that I can push that and kind of keep the energy going. And I don't know, like I hope you've enjoyed this. I mean, again, it was for Mad King Brutus, but not only. I'm hoping that this has at least been a pleasant diversion. Although I was hoping to maybe make a little bit more progress and not monologue as much. So I'm, by the way, not opposed to doing more Mass Effect Legendary Edition, but all that I would ask on this is that it be...
A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a Prothean dig site. Hanar protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the Enkindlers, as the Hanar call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanar representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution.
Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely not opposed to doing some more. I guess this isn't really relevant until later. Not opposed to doing more of it, but I actually maybe I do want to go through that.
Big place.
That's just a big GIF.
That your professional opinion, sir?
This isn't a station. It's a city.
There must be millions here. It can't be possible to track everyone coming and going.
This makes Jump Zero look like a porta-john, and it's the largest deep space station the Alliance has.
Jump Zero is big, but this is a whole nother scale. Look at the ward arms. How do they keep all that mass from flying apart?
The council represents more races than I thought. No wonder they're careful with newcomers.
They probably just want to keep everything running. It has to be hard keeping all these cultures working together.
Or maybe they just don't like humans.
Why not? We've got oceans, beautiful women, this emotion called love. According to the old vids, we have everything they want.
If you expect to get me in a tinfoil miniskirt and thigh-high boots, I want dinner first. Sir.
That will be enough, Chief.
All right, enough chatter. Let's move out, people.
Aye, aye, Commander.
But yeah, no, I definitely would like to. I definitely like to play some more of this, but I do.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard.
I do think catching up on some stuff that I've been wanting to do for a while would be good before going back to stuff we've touched before.
I'm Emily Wong. I'm an investigative journalist working here on the Citadel. Could I have a moment of your time?
What do you need?
I've been hunting for evidence of corruption and organized crime on the Citadel, but there are places I can't go. I was hoping you might share anything you find during your own investigation. I can make it worth your time.
You've got to have access to better sources. Why contact me?
I'm using every source I can find, but I think I've got a better shot with you. According to your file, you survived back on Akuz when everyone else in your squad got killed. If anyone can find the worst elements of the Citadel and live to tell about it, it's you.
How do you know I'm investigating anything here on the Citadel?
I'm a good journalist, Commander Shepard. Word gets around.
How do you know that my investigation is going to uncover anything you need?
You wouldn't be investigating if it weren't big. And if it's big, it's something I'd like to hear about.
No promises. But if I find anything relating to your case, I'll inform you.
Thank you, Commander. You won't regret it.
Yeah, thanks for dredging up that horrible memory. Thanks, Lady Liza.
I don't think you bought this here. I don't sell this model.
Look, I know it was you. I remember your face.
Really, that's impressive. Usually you humans can't tell one Turian from another.
This was the place. Now, are you gonna give me a refund or not?
Do you have your proof of purchase?
What? No, I don't think you ever gave me one.
I'm sorry. I can't.
But what do you...
Can I?
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Is that really... Wow! It's you! You're Commander Shepard, the hero of Eden Prime. I am so honored to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And you are?
My name is Conrad. Conrad Werner. They say you killed more than 100 Geth on Eden Prime.
They say a lot of things. I was too busy killing them to count.
Hey, I know you're probably busy, but do you have time for a quick autograph?
Anything for a fan. Here.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. My wife is going to be so impressed. I'll let you get back to work. But next time you're on Earth, I'd love to buy you a drink. Thanks again.
I'm trying to remember some of the... I'm pretty sure you see that guy again. That's the other thing that I really liked about playing Mass Effect 2 the second time.
Hello there. Welcome to Moorland's famous shop. You want many good supplies, yes?
Goodbye.
Yes, all right then. Good tidings to you, human.
I love the fact that Mass Effect 2 felt like a very different game based on the fact that I had, I made certain decisions. Oop. But yeah, no, that were the 4 shotgun blasts to the to the prone guy the tip. Sorry, what was I trying to say? But yeah, I really like the fact that Mass Effect 2 felt like a very different game, and I sort of got a better appreciation for the story and some of the subtleties, and the presence of certain characters, or also feeling the absence of certain characters, having played the first game and carried the save over. So it really gave sort of an enhanced experience of the second one. So it's why I was actually really happy to play the first one and then move into the second. But of course now the fact that it's listed as the Legendary Edition is, to me that's the opportunity for people to kind of play it as I'm sure it's intended.
Back off, Rex. Fist told us to take you down if you showed up. What are you waiting for? I'm standing right here. This is Fist's only chance. If he's smart, he'll take it. He's not coming out, Rex. End of story. This story is just beginning. Out of my way, humans. I have no quarrel with you.
What was that all about?
Who knows? Let's just try not to get caught in the middle.
Alliance military. I could have been a Marine, you know. Instead, I joined the goddamn Citadel security. Biggest mistake of my life.
Harkin, right? I was told you could help me find someone. Turian CSEC officer named Garrus.
Garrus? You must be one of Captain Anderson's crew. Poor bastard, still trying to bring Saren down, eh? I know where Garrus is. You gotta tell me something first. Did the captain let you in on his big secret?
Is there something I should know about the captain?
The captain used to be a Spectre. Didn't know that, did you? It was all very hush-hush. The first human ever given that honor, and then he blew it. Screwed up his mission so bad they kicked him out. Of course, he blames Saren. Says the Turians set him up.
You said they covered all this up. How'd you hear about it?
I spent 20 years working cases here on the Citadel. People on this station love to talk. Secrets are like herpes. If you got them, you might as well spread them around.
You're a pig.
Just noticed that now, did you?
Why'd they kick him out?
Have to ask him. I never heard any of the details. Bet it's a good story, though. The heroes fall. Classic tragedy.
Just tell me where Garrus went.
Garrus was sniffing around Dr. Michelle's office. She runs the med clinic on the other side of the wards. Last I heard, he was going back there.
What do you know about Garrus?
Damn hothead is what he is. Still figures he can save the world. Always bucking heads with the Executor. He'll pay for it soon enough. The Executor loves to put us lowly field agents in our place. Just look what happened to me.
You need to look in a mirror. Sober up and take some responsibility for yourself.
Save your sermons. This ain't no church.
What's it like working for CSEC?
You mean, what was it like? The Executor suspended me without pay. Recurring violations. CSEC was keeping a file on me. Can you believe that?
No, not
Every
at all.
mistake
That's
I
crazy.
ever made went into the books. Get a little rough with a suspect, note in the file. Have a couple of drinks on duty, note in the file. Skim a couple of credits off a drug bust, note in the file. It's a goddamn witch hunt.
You got off easy if you ask me.
What the hell do you know? Working for CSEC isn't like being a Marine. People get pissed off if we shoot somebody. Investigations, inquiries, rules, regulations. Every day I plow through enough red tape to choke a rhino. That's how you gotta be to do this job. So don't talk to me about right and wrong. You soldiers got it easy.
You need to look in a mirror. Sober up and take some responsibility.
Save your sermons. This ain't no church.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, good. Go. Let me drink in peace.
Commander. What do you want?
What's bothering you, General?
I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days, and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it.
So if you feel that way, then why spread lies about her?
Because she rejected me. Me! Septimus Oraka, General of the Turian Fleet.
Is she really worth it? There must be other women.
It's not just any woman I want. It's her, and her alone. Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
Enjoy your drink, General.
Yeah, off you go. See you later, kid.
Oh, I probably screwed that up.
I don't feel right just leaving like this.
Don't waste your time, kid. Run away now, while you still can.
You need to start acting like a general if you want to beat this.
I spent all my life acting like a general, and what did it get me? Huh? No, those days are over. I'll just be what I am. A tired, lonely, worn-out soldier.
Do you really want to be remembered this way?
No, I'd rather not be remembered at all. But I see your point. So you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general?
I don't think it could hurt.
Huh. Maybe you're right, Commander. Shaira's worth the effort. Even if she won't have me back.
This is no place for someone of your stature, General.
All right. I'll go to her. After I've had a cold shower or two. Say, you're a bright kid. Would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?
What do you want me to do?
There's an L-Corps diplomat out there who believes Shaira gave up his secrets.
Why does he think that?
Because I told him. Look, I just need you to convince him of the truth.
What makes you think he'll believe me?
You'll bring him proof. Take this datapad. It shows where I got my info. It will exonerate Shaira and convince the L-Corps.
Who am I taking it to, and where is he?
His name is Zaltan. He's an L-Corps diplomat. He's over in the embassies complaining about Shaira. Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers. Thanks, Commander. You know, you might make a good general yourself one day.
But only if I get
Hard
through
to
2
imagine
more
a general like
games.
that getting so upset about a woman.
That's because you don't understand what
Okay, I think I have roughly the...
Why didn't Captain Anderson tell us he used to be a Spectre?
Maybe it's not true. Harkin's an ass. Bet he's just messing with her heads.
So let's see if we can get to Garrus, and once we get back in Presidium, it shouldn't be that hard to find Barlavon. Turns out if we did go through here, I would have been able to save a little time. It is, so I'm not going to say that this is quite the same as going, you know, going to, you know, back to Mass Effect 2 from Mass Effect 1. But it is interesting now. This is the first time I'm playing Mass Effect, having now completed the trilogy and seeing where the story goes. So little details, whether it's some of the foreshadowing in the story or whether it's, you know, little details about things inside of, you know, things inside of the Citadel.
I didn't tell anyone, I swear.
That was smart, Doug. Now if Garrus comes around, you stay smart. Keep your mouth shut or we'll... Who are you? Let her go.
Ah!
Just like real police.
All clear. Perfect timing, Shepard. Gave me a clear shot at that bastard.
Glad I could help.
Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. Thanks to you. All of you.
Why were they threatening you? Who do they work for?
They work for Feast. They wanted to shut me up, keep me from telling Garrus about the Quarian.
What Quarian?
A few days ago, a Quarian came by my office. She'd been shot, but she wouldn't tell me who did it. I could tell she was scared, probably on the run. She asked me about the Shadow Broker. She wanted to trade information in exchange for a safe place to hide.
Where is she now?
I put her in contact with Fist. He's an agent for the Shadow Broker.
Not anymore. Now he works for Saren. And the Shadow Broker isn't too happy about it.
Fist betrayed the Shadow Broker? That's stupid even for him. Saren must have made him quite the offer.
That Quarian must have something Saren wants. Something worth crossing the Shadow Broker to get.
What else can you tell me about the Quarian?
I'm not sure. Like I said, she wanted to trade information for a place to hide. She didn't... Wait a minute. Geth. Her information had something to do with the Geth.
She must be able to link Saren to the Geth. There is no way the Council can ignore this.
Time we paid Fist a visit.
This is your show, Shepard. But I want to bring Saren down as much as you do. I'm coming with you.
You're a Turian. Why do you want to bring him down?
I couldn't find the proof I needed in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren is a traitor to the Council and a disgrace to my people.
Welcome aboard, Garrus.
You know, we aren't the only ones going after Fist. The Shadow Broker hired a Krogan bounty hunter named Rex to take him out.
Yeah, we saw him in the bar.
A Krogan might come in handy.
Last I heard, he was at the CSEC Academy.
What's he doing there?
Fist accused him of making threats. We brought Rex in for a little talk. If you hurry, you can catch him at the Academy before he leaves.
Move out.
Caden and Garrus seem to make the most sense here. Well, I guess I gotta get Rex now.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from Fist's thugs, Commander. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been there.
I'm just glad you weren't hurt.
Me too. Now, was there anything you needed?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander. Nice talking to you.
Why buy supplies when you can loot the area you're in? Okay, I was trying to wrap things up, but it looks like it just keeps giving me quests. So, got Garrus. Let's go. Yeah, CSEC Academy makes sense.
It's even bigger than it looks.
How would you know?
I got a tour. One of 500 to see the Ascension from the inside out.
Really?
That's neat. Was this in the original game?
6 hours and we only saw 1/10 of the ship. I even got to meet the commander.
Matriarch Ladanya. You met her?
Well, she addressed everyone on the tour, but I got pretty close to her.
Huh, just look at that ship. You'd have to be stupid to mess with that.
Very true.
Hey, I know you. You're Shepard, right? I saw the monument at Akuz. They got a whole section about you there. It's a miracle you survived.
Looks like you have a fan.
I'm sorry, I just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person. My name's Lang, Officer Eddie Lang, Citadel Security. It's an honor to meet you, Commander. What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help you with?
Do you know a CSEC officer named Harkin?
I shouldn't really say too much. He's been on the force a lot longer than me. But I've heard things, you know? Drinking on the job, taking bribes, that kind of thing. Rumors mostly, but they suspended him, so some of it must be true.
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
Am I missing something? Oh, here we go.
Your biotics are impressive, Lieutenant. I'm surprised that humans stop using the L2 configuration with results like yours.
My headaches can be pretty bad, and I'm one of the lucky L2 implants. The L3s are safer.
Humanity will be judged by the sacrifices its people are willing to make, Lieutenant. The Turians would have kept the L2 implants.
Citadel Security is a volunteer police service answering to the Citadel Council. The 200,000 constables of CSEC are responsible for maintaining public order in the densely populated Citadel. They also provide pirate suppression, customs enforcement, and search and rescue throughout the Citadel cluster. CSEC has 6 divisions: Enforcement, uniformed officers who patrol the Citadel and respond to emergencies; Investigation, detectives who puzzle out the truth behind crimes and bring the perpetrators to justice; Customs screens the thousands of passengers and cargo containers that pass through the Citadel's ports every day. Network deals with cybercrimes like identity and copyright theft, hacking and viral attacks, and illegal artificial intelligence. Special Response deals with hostage situations, bombs, and heavily armed criminals. In the unlikely event that attackers board the Citadel, they are also the front line of defense, armed with military-grade equipment. Patrol, naval arm, with ships stationed throughout the Citadel cluster. Unlike the other divisions, they rarely are seen on the Citadel, nor do they stay in one place long. Joining CSEC is prestigious. Applications must be sponsored by a Citadel counselor or the ambassador of an associate council race. Generally, applicants have many years of distinguished service in the military or police forces of their nation, but an inexperienced applicant with demonstrable talent will be fairly considered. CSEC and the Spectres are often at odds. Many CSEC members, notably current executor Venari Palin, believes that allowing Spectres to be above the law is a dangerous practice. The actions of Saren Arterius lend credence to this position. The Spectres, in turn, are aggravated when CSEC's dedication to procedure and due process hampers their investigations. I don't remember this bit at all.
Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar. Stay away from him.
I don't take orders from you.
This is your only warning, Rex.
You should warn Fist. I will kill him.
You want me to arrest you?
I want you to try.
Go on. Get out of here.
Do I know you, human?
My name's Shepard. I'm going after Fist. Thought you might want to come along.
Shepard. Commander Shepard. I've heard a lot about you. We're both warriors, Shepard. Out of respect, I'll give you a fair warning. I'm going to kill Fist.
Fist knows you're coming. We'll have a better chance if we all work together.
My people have a saying. Seek the enemy of your enemy, and you will find a friend.
Does this mean you're part of my team, Rex?
Let's go. I hate to keep Fist waiting.
Alright, sorry, I'm still losing track of where I'm at. Yeah, so I guess we gotta go back to Chora's Den. Or Cora's Den.
Okay, Julie. Let me get this straight. Your business partner, Shorman, he's threatened you?
Well, no. Hey there. Oh, you're not CSEC, are you? Did you want something?
What were you trying to explain to the officer before?
My colleague is trying to kill me, and I thought we were friends.
How do you know he wants you dead?
He's changed. He won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me. Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance.
Oh, it does look like they're
I don't care what anyone thinks. He wants me gone. I know it.
flexible.
Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe?
Would you? That's all I want. Someone to talk to him. Tell him to leave me alone. He thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you?
Just tell me where he is and I'll go find him.
Oh, right. Well, he wanted to meet with me down in the wards near the markets. He said he just wanted to talk, but I know better. His name's Shorban. He's a Solarian. You shouldn't have any trouble. He's just a scientist. Well, good luck.
Point, I'm just gonna rob everything and get out of here. Oh, hello. Alright, so clearly this is not where I should be, but at least I got some stuff out of it. Yeah, I'm really just trying to get back to the... it's not the ward. I guess it's Presidium is where I'm headed. Still, it's not a hardship to I'll start at the embassies. We'll wrap up the Elcor story. So I think we talk to the Elcor, then we can talk to the consort, and then that should lead us to Bar Levon. I don't know if that's as relevant.
Strange greeting, human. This is really not a good time.
I know who revealed your secret. It was a Turian named Septimus.
Unbelieving, I know this Septimus, and he could not learn my secrets. The only way he could learn them is from the Asari consort.
Here, there should be proof enough for you.
Confused. This is difficult to fathom. If the Turian could learn this on his own, dismayed, anyone can discover my secret.
Septimus is a powerful man, and it wasn't easy for him to find.
Relieved. I suppose you are correct, human. Thank you for this information. Startled realization. I must speak with the consort. She will be most displeased with my actions. Anxious request. Please, human, if you will excuse me, I must go now.
I'm sure she'll forgive you. It was an honest mistake.
Doubtful. Perhaps you are right, human. I can only hope so.
They still didn't show it walking away.
Thankful. That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, Din, not all humans are as you say.
I'm sure the Earth Clan stands to profit from this in some way.
I do like the dialogue, but I'm starting to kind of feel the effects of. Did that happen in the original game? Anyways, yeah, I am sort of feeling the effects of the day. So I will stop by the consort. I will see Bar Levon. I will try and deal with Fist. And depending on how I feel after that, I'll see if I can keep going. But I have a feeling that I'm probably not going to be able to go that much longer. Yes, this is the consorts.
That's right. It was a long time ago, though. I barely remember it. What drew you back to the Citadel and to the consort?
So I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure she gives a prophecy about me. I'm interested to see where this goes.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note from Septimus. Thank you for speaking with him. Even the Elcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
I'm glad I could help.
You are too kind, Commander, but I would not expect you to help me out of the kindness of your heart. I also have one more thing to give you, if you are interested.
What are you offering me?
I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are and who you will become. I see your skin, tough as the scales on any Turian, unyielding. A wall between you and everyone else, but it protects you, makes you strong. That strength is what kept you alive when everyone around you was dying. You alone survived. You will continue to survive. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. It only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words when doubt descends, Commander.
You have quite a gift, Shaira.
Thank you. Not everyone appreciates it as you do. Never underestimate the power of words. Here, Commander. In light of your efforts with the Elcor ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket.
What is it?
A small mystery. I have never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on. And now I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you. Remember my words, Commander Shepard. They will give you strength.
I was, I'm sure it was clear from the previous playthrough that it's basically just a reiteration of your origin. I was wondering if there would be some relevance to your final decision in the game, but of course then you need to try and come up with something general enough to handle the different ways that it can turn out. So Barlavon next. That may not be relevant anymore, but I want to at least give it a shot.
Is there anything I can do for you today, Commander?
I've heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information about Saren?
You're very blunt, Shepard. And you're right. But Rex has already told you far more than I know about this. I am sorry, but I have nothing else to offer.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Alright, so I believe that's just, yeah, fair enough. I do kind of wish there were some ways of moving a little faster in this game. I mean, this movement isn't terrible, but I'm feeling... Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, this is back to me being, like, streamer guy again. There isn't really a gameplay reason. Like, they give you rapid transit options. You are able to go, and you probably want to stop in wrong spot. You probably want to stop and smell the roses every once in a while in a game like this. Like, if you're just constantly crashing from event to event, it's probably not consistent with what you're getting when you're playing sort of a space opera role-playing game. So, you know, yeah, I'm feeling the day catching up with me, and I am streaming like later than I normally do, but I don't really think that has anything to do with...
Fist knows we're coming.
Covers for sissies. Well, that's what I get. I seem to remember that was... I seem to remember I died previously on that as well. There's not a lot of cover in this spot. Mind you, I've been trying to play as a Vanguard, which generally does not suggest playing it safe. But yeah, like, obviously trying to use a shotgun here is pretty much a death wish. So wait till I get my shields back. Thanks, Garrus. You're a pal. Jesus Christ. He's trying to do I was trying to do a melee attack there. That did not work.
I'm okay, I'm okay.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Just on the normal difficulty, Arnob, 8911.
Stay back or we'll shoot.
This would be a good time to find somewhere else to work.
I think when I did it the first time, it was on hard, and I got clobbered. But this is just me, like, playing.
It would have been quicker to just kill them.
Shooting people isn't always the answer.
This is just me playing a style that I'm not really accustomed to. I don't normally use shotguns in games like this, and I don't know, it's a cover-based shooter, so I'm not entirely sure this is quite consistent with how it was designed to be played. In general, though, I'm just bad. Alright, let's take a second here and see what I can... Alright. Well, I don't really use shotguns for accuracy, so the option to shoot more sounds like a good one. I think I probably want to keep him on the Storm variant, so we'll leave that be for now. And Garrus seems to suggest he's... I always thought he was a sniper, but maybe that's probably his Archangel persona. I could take cover. What is going on? That's annoying. I don't know if it was clear, but I was like walking straight into the couch, assuming that would get me. Oh man, they're making me go from here. All right, fair enough. But yeah, I was walking into the couch thinking it would give me cover, but that's fine. We'll be able to wrap this up pretty quickly.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Warehouse workers. All the real guards must be dead.
Stay back or we'll shoot.
This would be a good time to find somewhere else to work.
Yeah, right. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I never liked Fist anyway. It would have been quicker to just kill them.
Shooting people isn't always the answer.
Okay, let's see if I can stop embarrassing myself on the second round. Oh, you can use your keys. I definitely prefer that. Ow, really slow rate of fire.
Wait! Don't kill me, I surrender!
Tell me where the Quarian is, and I won't have to shoot you in the kneecaps.
She's not here. I don't know where she is. That's the truth.
He's no use to you now. Let me kill him.
Wait. I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. The Quarian isn't here. Said you'd only deal with the Shadow Broker himself.
Face to face? Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent.
Nobody meets the Shadow Broker. Ever. Even I don't know his true identity. But she didn't know that. I told her I'd set a meeting up. But when she shows up, it'll be Saren's men waiting for her.
Give me the location. Now.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry. What are you doing?
The Shadow Broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done.
I'm in charge here. You ever pull another stunt like that?
It was the only contract I had left. And don't we have something more pressing to worry about?
That Quarian's dead if we don't go now.
Oh, Jesus. I forgot they put a timer on. What am I shooting? Out of curiosity, does anyone know if it's possible to lose this and just not get Tali?
Bring it.
Where's the Shadow Broker? Where's Fist?
They'll be here. Where's the evidence?
No way. The deal's off. Me up. I knew I couldn't trust him.
Don't worry about Fist. He got what was coming to him.
Then I guess there are two things I need to thank you for. Who are you?
My name's Shepard. I'm looking for evidence to prove Saren's a traitor.
Then I have a chance to repay you for saving my life. But not here. We need to go somewhere safe.
We could take her to the human embassy. Your ambassador will want to see this anyway.
You're not making my life easy, Shepard. Firefights in the wards, an all-out assault on Korra's den. Do you know how many... Who's this? A Quarian? What are you up to, Shepard?
Making your day, Ambassador. She has information linking Saren to the Geth.
Really? Maybe you better start at the beginning, Miss...
My name is Tali. Tali Zora Naraya.
We don't see many Quarians here. Why did you leave the flotilla?
I was on my pilgrimage. My rite of passage into adulthood.
Tell us what you found.
During my travels, I began hearing reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted world. I waited for one to become separated from its unit. Then I disabled it and removed its memory core.
I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they died. Some kind of defense mechanism.
How did you manage to preserve the memory core?
My people created the Geth. If you're quick, careful and lucky, small caches of data can sometimes be saved. Most of the core was wiped clean, but I salvaged something from its audio banks.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
He said Eden Prime brought him one step closer to finding the conduit. Any idea what that means?
The conduit must have something to do with the beacon. Maybe it's some kind of Prothean technology. Like a weapon.
Wait, there's more. Saren wasn't working alone.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
I don't recognize that other voice, the one talking about Reapers.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
According to the memory core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. The Reapers hunted the Protheans to total extinction, and then they vanished. At least, that's what the Geth believe.
Sounds a little far-fetched.
The vision on Eden Prime. I understand it now. I saw the Protheans being wiped out by the Reapers.
The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life. And they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back.
The Council is just going to love this.
The Reapers are a threat to every species in Citadel space. We have to tell them.
No matter what they think about the rest of this, those audio files prove Saren's a traitor.
The Captain's right. We need to present this to the Council right away.
What about her? The Quarian?
My name is Tali. You saw me in the alley, Commander. You know what I can do. Let me come with you.
I thought you were on your pilgrimage.
The pilgrimage proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good. What does it say about me if I turn my back on this? Saren is a danger to the entire galaxy. My pilgrimage can wait.
I'll take all the help I can get.
Thanks. You won't regret this.
Anderson and I will go ahead to get things ready with the Council. Take a few minutes to collect yourself, then meet us in the tower.
All right, so I guess the tricky question that I have here is that there are some undone quests in the journal. Yeah. You know what? We'll go talk to the council though. Let's try and wrap it up on a good note.
Excuse me, Commander Shepard. Commander Shepard, my name is Samesh Bhatia. Forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn.
What do you need?
My wife was a Marine. She was in the 212 on Eden Prime. I've requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request.
Why did they refuse your request? There's got to be some reason.
I don't know. All I know is that they have declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me.
We'll look into it.
The man in charge of my case is Mr. Bosker. When I last saw him, he was in the expensive bar over there. Thank you for your time. I just want to give my wife a proper funeral, and the respect she deserves.
But yeah, no, I like under normal circumstances I'd kind of do all of the side missions, and I think you are able to go back to the. I think you are able to go back to the. What am I trying to say? I think you are able to come back to the Citadel to finish some of the side quests. But...
The officer has left, and this one is free to share the glory of the Enkindlers. This one offers its appreciation.
This is your opportunity to show people that the Hanar aren't crazy xenophobes. Don't waste it. This one observes the wisdom of your words. This one has little money, but it can offer this. Now finally, this one can continue sharing the truth unimpeded.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Yeah, so I didn't realize basically the Mass Effect soundtrack in the elevator is... Wait. This right? This doesn't seem like the tower. I'm in the wards, aren't I? Good God.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented...
Yeah, that's the wards. I'm an idiot. God, what was I going to say? Sorry, like I said, I'm sort of fading, so I just need to find the tower.
Let all races herald the glory of the Enkindlers who raised them all to enlightenment.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, the elevator music. I didn't realize there was the... I mean, there were a couple of tunes that I noticed, but it seems like all of the music in the elevator are actually just sort of Muzak versions of the main of the soundtrack.
You know, Saren would already be in custody if you'd gone straight to the council with your information.
A lone Quarian with no credentials? The council would laugh me out of the chambers. That is, if Saren hadn't killed me by then.
Maybe. But I wouldn't believe everything you hear.
That's just it. I'm hearing it everywhere. It's not...
Come on. Udina's presenting the Quarians' evidence to the Council.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
You wanted proof? There it is.
This evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador. Saren will be stripped of his Spectre status, and all efforts will be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes.
I recognize the other voice, the one speaking with Saren. Matriarch Benezia.
Who's she?
Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives. Revered for their wisdom and experience, they serve as guides and mentors to my people. Matriarch Benezia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers. She will make a formidable ally for Saren.
I'm more interested in the Reapers. What do you know about them?
Only what was extracted from the Geth's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Protheans. Then they vanished.
The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return.
We think the conduit is the key to bringing them back. Saren's searching for it. That's why he attacked Eden Prime.
Do we even know what this conduit is?
Saren thinks it can bring back the Reapers. That's bad enough.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
I tried to warn you about Saren, and you refused to face the truth. Don't make the same mistake again.
This is different. You proved Saren betrayed the Council. We all agree he's using the Geth to search for the conduit, but we don't really know why.
The Reapers are obviously just a myth, Commander. A convenient lie to cover Saren's true purpose. A legend he is using to bend the Geth to his will.
50,000 years ago, the Reapers wiped out all galactic civilization. If Saren finds the conduit, it will happen again.
Saren is a rogue agent on the run for his life. He no longer has the rights or resources of a Spectre. The Council has stripped him of his position.
That is not good enough. You know he's hiding somewhere in the Traverse. Send your fleet in!
A fleet cannot track down one man.
A Citadel fleet could secure the entire region, keep the Geth from attacking any more of our colonies.
Or it could trigger a war with the Terminus systems. We won't be dragged into a galactic confrontation over a few dozen human colonies.
I can take Saren down.
The Commander's right. There is a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets or armies.
No, it's too soon. Humanity is not ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres.
I faced Saren on Eden Prime and exposed him for a traitor. I've proven myself.
Commander Shepard, step forward. It is the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance branch of the Citadel.
Spectres are not trained, but chosen. Individuals forged in the fire of service and battle. Those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file.
Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the Council, instruments of our will.
Spectres bear a great burden. They are protectors of galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense. The safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
What's my first mission?
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
I'll find him.
This meeting of the Council is adjourned.
Congratulations, Commander.
We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard. You're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies.
You'll get access to special equipment and training now. You should go down to the C-Sec Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer.
Anderson, come with me. I'll need your help to set all this up.
Bastard didn't even thank you.
Until I find Saren, I haven't done anything. Come on.
Right behind you, Shepard.
Cool. All right. I always like that. I mean, so the moment is a really good one. The music cue is really well done, particularly like the sort of bell sound that they have, which comes up every once in a while. I think is a really good introduction. And I mean, there's not a whole lot for me to say that I didn't say the first time that I played it. It's big. It's a big moment. I think it's a really great setup for the overall story, sort of the, humanity's next step in terms of its journey in the galaxy, taking its place sort of at the table. It's also kind of interesting because I'll actually head to the main menu just to make it clear that we're done with the game for tonight. I will find somebody to host, but I did want to talk a little bit about it. One thing that I actually find really interesting, and I can talk about it now because I didn't really want to talk about the idea that I had in mind at the very start of playing a Mass Effect trilogy when I first played this. But, those of you who watched me play and kind of get to the end of Mass Effect 3, I had this really clear idea, like from character creation. So whenever I play a game like this, I do like playing a role-playing game as a role-playing game. I'm maybe not someone inclined towards like a full like world building or character building, in the sense that I don't have like every detail down to like what the character had for breakfast that morning. But I do like having very broad strokes about who this person is, what they're about, and maybe a private motivation that will kind of be the spine for most of the decisions that are made in the game. And I actually think it's really important not to make that stuff explicit. So like obviously when you're streaming, you want to be talking, you want to have something to say, but it's a little bit like if you're watching a movie. There's some movies that really want to convince you how clever they are, and then there's some movies that are confident that the consistency or the themes are going to come through, and that you are like that it's told the story well enough that you're going to sort of recognize what it's about. And so when I played this, I was playing Mass Effect for the first time, and based on sort of the character creation moments, I think I'd chosen sort of this, I think it was a spacer, and it was the, like the Skillian Blitz event, the one where you're hero. And essentially, the backstory that I'd worked out for that character was that this was sort of their moment of realization that they are not just a soldier, that they're not just someone doing a job, but that they are in this very unique position to be something larger than life, to essentially be an ideal, and that they took that role incredibly seriously, and that meant that they would that essentially they would cease to be a person, that they would be an icon, and that they would conduct themselves in such a way that, like essentially they were conscious that they were someone who was going to essentially have a legend about them, and that this meant certain sacrifices. It's actually very consciously the reason why I didn't do any of the romance options. I also kind of knew that would troll chat a little bit, but that essentially this would sort of be the through line. And it's actually very specifically why there were renegade options. But if you actually, I mean, I'm not that I'm going to ask anybody to go and watch the whole trilogy again, but every single time there was a renegade option, or that there was an option to behave as less than an ideal, it was always something done in private, that there would not be, that there would not be a separate person. And if you notice, like, this is one thing that I didn't appreciate. There are lots of little moments in the game that actually work really well with that backstory. Like, so, I believe it's with Liara, and she's kind of preparing for, if the Reapers win, what story does she tell? Like that, when you have that in the back of your head as your backstory, that's a really, really important moment. And likewise in terms of that one, the idea of becoming the Spectre, obviously so early on in the game, sort of knowing that this is where the character's going to go, that was a big moment. And then clearly at the end of the game, like for me, chat had very strong opinions about what the best ending was for me, but I think it's also very clear that if you build the character that way, the ultimate sacrifice is the only one that can be done. And the cutscene that they add at the end Shepard not necessarily realizing exactly what they're giving up until the final moment. Again, it's essentially to keep consistent to that story. It's the only way the story can end on that. So it's not to say, like, again, it's not to advertise. It's not to advertise this as necessarily the best way to play a game like this, but for me, I've always found it tremendously satisfying to play it that way, because, if you play a game, whether it's a Telltale game or Mass Effect, and you expect it to be this, enormous, tree or neural network or something like that, in which every minor decision you make is going to be, it's going to be the butterfly effect. If you go through the left door, there's intergalactic civil war, and if you go through the right door, it's a financial crime story where you become the CEO of a company or something like that. That's just not realistic, and it's also not very fun, because maybe you actually would prefer the strategy game that is implied by, intergalactic civil war than the management sim that's implied by the financial crimes game. So, I always get kind of annoyed when people will, like, rag on these kinds of games for not being truly choices matter or whatever. I've always sort of felt that these are best as nudges. And if you have that core of who you're playing, and I mean, again, you can be, an avatar of yourself in this sci-fi world. I mean, I don't have a military background, so there's not a whole lot that's similar between me and any version of Shepard. But again, to me, playing these kinds of games, I actually really do like thinking a little bit about the type of person that I'm playing, and just seeing, it's a chance for improv, right? You get a chance to see where the story goes. You see all of the different avenues that it goes through, and being able to, now have the benefit of seeing where the story goes, but also seeing what those specific decisions meant in context of the decisions I was making before. And also, the story I have in mind for this particular character. Obviously, it was a change because I wanted to be someone who is maybe a little bit more aristocratic, and it doesn't necessarily work that well with the origin stories. So I went for the criminal background instead. Again, it just kind of leads you to these nice little nudges, and it makes it, for me at least, it kind of makes the playthroughs fresh, even though clearly if you go down certain dialogue trees, you're going to get the same results every time. But I'm glad you liked it, Olaf. I don't know if Mad King Brutus is still around, but I hope I at least gave you something for your birthday. I know it wasn't as much progress as I was wanting, but Legendary Edition. So if you're like me and you've sat on Legendary Edition, definitely give it a shot. I really, really love the way I love what they've done to this, and I, at least in my private time, I'm going to be playing more of it. And this is not to suggest that I'm never going to do Mass Effect on stream again, but I definitely have some stuff that I need to get through before. I consider doing a Mass Effect trilogy, including Andromeda, which I still haven't played. So I don't think I'm going to know anybody playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition, but I suspect Night Valian might be playing Metro Exodus, if memory serves. I will admit, there's a side of me that really would have liked to show you some Starflight, and I think at some point I am going to show that game, because I would really love to talk about specifically why that game and that story gives you an insight in terms of what I think BioWare was trying to do. Oh, he's playing Breath of Fire 3. That's still fine. I think we'll send it on to Night Valian. I actually found out Night Valian is currently looking for work, and he is actually making Twitch a little bit of one of his sort of side jobs. So if you can stick around to give him some support, I know definitely, boosting the concurrent viewers is a way that people get found on Twitch, and especially when people are trying to make a living of it. I appreciate it when people hang around through that. But yeah, no, again, I really like what they did with Legendary Edition. I'm definitely gonna play it some more myself. As far as what I'm gonna be up to for the next little while, over the weekend I'm gonna record some more YouTube videos. I've been very pleased by the reaction to the hour-long Cultist Simulator videos, so I'm gonna try and continue on that path for as long as I can. Monday we're going to be back with some more Stellaris, so we'll be continuing on with our Space Rum Runners. On Wednesday we'll likely pick up Phantom Brigade again because it was a shorter stream for that this week. And then next Friday it's going to be the next kind of game that I do a main playthrough on. In my view, there are 3 games that I've sort of left hanging that I would like to get back to and sort of properly finish. I think most of you will be happy with the game that I play next week, but it's definitely not Mass Effect. But I am going to keep that to myself, if nothing else, just so I have the option to, to change my mind later. But I'm running out of timer, so thank you all for watching. It's been a pleasure sharing the game. Enjoy Night Valian stream, and I'll see you all in a week at the latest, I guess. Until then.